It's the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Oh yes, we are ready to start it for you right now, Bassmaster Live. Let's take you to Western New York and this incredible event we've got going on. Day number 2 starting on Cayuga Lake. Man, oh man, it's going to be a big, big day. Based on what we saw yesterday, Davey Hyde, it was very impressive.
Great fishing. Everyone knew when we saw this Cayuga Lake on the schedule it would be good fishing, but we've been here 2 previous times. Turns out it's the best fishing we've seen ever on Cayuga Lake here with the Bassmaster. 24 pounds, 5 ounces, Chris Zaldain. Much heavier than what was predicted to be leading the first day. The cut went all the way down to, what was it, Ronnie, about 18 pounds? So just
17, that's almost 17 pounds to make 35th place.
To make 35th place. That's absolutely unbelievable.
Good stuff. And by all accounts, this is a place where these northern bass, they are a little bit different than what we saw last week. Maybe they don't fight as long, but they replenish a little quicker too. So we got that working in our favor. They don't bite all day, but I tell you what, when it's good, it is good. Take a look at these 2 limits right here from Gustafson and Zaldain. Speaking of Zaldain, let's take a look at what happened with him on stage.
Well, to take the lead, 24 pounds, 5 ounces, 24-5. And for the second time in as many weeks, the Zaldangerous one says he's in it to win it.
The tournament, crazy day yesterday. Woke up, and I'm the first one at the ramp every morning. I woke up, opened up my rod locker. My rods are missing. 3 out of the 6 boats staying at my house, this rental home here on the lake, got hit, and they stole all our rods, most of our rods. And, Ed Locker and my buddy, my roommate, and Caleb Summerall had rods missing. So yesterday morning, I was kind of just down in the dumps, of course, just mad. Coming off of a top 10 at the St. Lawrence the week before, 80-plus mile runs one way, over 600 miles traveled the week before. So I'm tired, I'm angry yesterday morning. And, once the whistle blew, once 6:30 came around and they let us go, all of that, I just forgot about all of it. Had 2 rods on my deck. I've got history here. I fished some of the areas I fished in the past and ended up catching almost 24 and a half pounds. Leading the tournament going into today, first thing I noticed when I got to the ramp, my rods are here, but the weather has changed. It's cooled off a little bit. I'm in full outdoor gear. I don't think it's going to affect the fish that I'm fishing for. I'm actually fishing a lot deeper than I normally fish, this lake this time of year. So this is my 3rd year being here. It's been different every time. This time I've got a nice little inkling on how these fish migrate and move throughout the summer. So I'm mining them from the depths, man. I'm fishing really deep, and I'm not getting a lot of bites, but when I get a bite, they're the right ones. So that's the goal for today, just get 5 in the boat, and I should have a pretty good bag. Hopefully that 24-pound bag I caught yesterday is enough to give me a nice little cushion to ride me out through the rest of the week.
What a show all season long from that man right there, Chris Zaldain. In it to win it is the operative phrase right there. Reminiscent of someone else I know very, very well who sits across the table from me here. And what a great angler. And a lot of people pulling for him to pull out the actual win this week. It would certainly excite the world of bass fishing. Let's take a look at our Hummingbird lay of the lake. About 40 miles of this glacial lake, one of the Finger Lakes here in Western New York. About 1.5 miles wide on average, and gets very, very deep down at the bottom end where we see Steve Kennedy. He'll be fishing closer to the bank. And Davey, it's a little bit tighter distribution than we had on the river last week.
It is. It was spread out at the St. Lawrence all throughout the almost 100 miles. There were anglers in all directions, all the way down to the mouth of Lake Ontario. Here we're going to see more anglers on the northern end, this upper end, because it's a big, vast area of shallower water where you have vegetation throughout from shore to shoreline and all in between. So you're going to see more of the anglers here, our top 6, looking at the Hummingbird lay of the lake right here. 4 of the 6 are on that upper end, about 4 or 5 miles, and it always produces really well. But there are some big fish down on that lower end. You see Chris Zaldain, I'm guessing probably 12, 15 miles down. When you get that far down, you're going to see the anglers close to the shoreline. You have certain areas where you have flats that come out far enough, but Chris Zaldain fishing a little deeper than most of the other anglers, but still going to be relatively close to the shoreline because it gets extremely deep, like you mentioned. And then Steve Kennedy, I personally, the last time the elites were there, fished exactly where he's at. There's lots of big fish down that way too. A lot of boat dock fishing down there.
Well, this is what happened early this morning. They've been out there about an hour and a half right
Stay
now.
on there. Look at this one. Yes. Giant first fish. Dude, every cast I'm getting a bite. Giant. Oh yeah, baby. Biggin. Stay on there. Swim bait. Stay on there. Oh my gosh. Oh, dude, I cannot move this one either. Oh gosh. I see leader. I see leader. Come here. Come here. Oh gosh, big one. Stay on there. Stay on there. Stay on there. Oh. Come here. Come here. No. No. Come here. Come here. Come here, fatty. Come here, fatty. Yeah, baby. Oh. Look at that. Look at that. Nice swim bait in the morning. Ooh, Z-spin head. Choked. Choked. Oh my gosh, look at that. That's two. That's two. Jake, making magic this morning. That's two.
You have to agree with that. Chris Zaldain out there early this morning.
Okay.
Now back live with Chris Zaldain, one of 6 very worthy anglers that we will have on camera with us all day today, and it should be very. You heard Chris lower his voice when he started talking about, I'm doing something different, I'm fishing a little deeper, and I think we'll get all the secrets unlocked today, David.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was fun watching him catch those 2 good fish to start the morning. He seemed like he hasn't led a tournament in many years, but that's like the 5th time this year that he's led an event. He's hooked up now. Another big one, it looks like.
Not big, just a keeper.
Yep. Seeing a little more sunshine today than we did yesterday already.
Not big
Beautiful
at all.
water.
Come here, little dude. Just a little keeper. That's number 3. I got 2 big ones over here. One little one. We got to get back out to the deeper stuff. Let me make one more pitch in this grass patch. I had to hit this grass patch because it's calm and sunny, and it was close to my deep spot. So. Yeah, it's about 8:05 or so. Again, not getting a lot of bites, so knowing in the back of my mind that I'm not getting bites, just fishing for quality. You just got to keep it cool and calm all the way till about 11 o'clock or so. It's been like this every single time I've been to Lake Cayuga. I think once in like 15 or 16, and then again like in 2017. The morning bites are off the chain here, so knowing that, you got to capitalize and hit all your good stuff first. I mean, you got to blaze through it, be efficient, not spend too much time on one spot. But they bite early, man, especially those deep fish. So we just slid up here in 18 feet. This is the same area in 2016. The first time we were here, Todd Faircloth and I took 2nd and 3rd here. So there's fish in this area, no doubt. And this is just one little isolated grass patch, and I figured with it being sunny and calm, I'd just try this grass early. Give myself options for, you know, later in the week, into the weekend. Just pitching a drop shot, super long leader, you know, 20-inch leader or so, and a light 3/16 ounce old school tungsten cylinder weight. And that's just to pitch it around the, you know, in through the grass. If you use a teardrop style or a round style, it gets bogged down in the grass, you're not as effective. But just throwing a little, just straight tail worm, it looks like a perch. There's a ton of yellow perch around this grass. But just hunting big ones. I won't be here long at all. We got to get back out on that deep stuff. The spot I started on first cast, I had one eat my swim bait and Z-spin head, and it balled it all up. It was a big giant one. I missed it, had teeth marks all down it, missed that fish. Second cast, a pike or something, you know, something with sharp teeth, ate my swim bait off. Go to retie, pitch in there, and I catch a giant on a worm. And I catch a big one on a swim bait. Tempted to go right back over there. It's just they all relate to bait. I mean, that bait's moving in and out of these, you know, points and ledges and drop-offs. Any structure. Anywhere you have any type of structure in those alewives, the bait fish, and that my swim bait imitates it perfectly. Whenever you have those alewives, those schools of summertime alewives, whenever they sweep up against any piece of structure in this lake, there's one. I don't know, these grass fish just aren't as heavy. Yeah, these are little ones, man. Look at that rock bass. It's a big rock bass.
All right, a 5.5 and a 4. The early bite, that was an understatement. The early bite is superb here. Chris Zaldain saying that. And you would think, with that sort of results very, very early, right out of the box, he's going to be the man in the lead. No, not at all. Wow. David Mullins with a limit already in the boat. Another very super capable angler from Tennessee. His record, his points standing this year does not really reflect what he missed the cut just barely a few times, and you know, he's solid. He just hasn't got things breaking his way, and David Mullins is doing something very different. If he's doing what we were assuming he was doing yesterday. It's all kind of secondhand information, but I guess we'll find out, David.
He certainly is. I talked to him last night, and just like we thought, he's throwing a crankbait. He said he's doing really well the first 2 hours, so it's not really a big surprise to see him come out of the gates so well this morning. He said the first 2 hours he's been able to get a lot of bites in practice, and also yesterday.
This was earlier?
There's one. This is a big one, too. He's got a face full. Mm-hmm. Number 5. God, that killed it. Smoked it like a 5-pounder. Man, it hit hard. That's not the ones we need, though, guys. Here you go. Yeah, that's more like it. That's the kind we need. Dude just lost one like that. Davey, we just lost one like that. To have one hook in him, he's hooked pretty good. We should have 2 like this right now. Oh, it's a good one though. That would have made the box yesterday. That's been I can say opportunities missed really is the biggest thing. I had a 5 on and didn't think it was that big, and went to throw it over the rail and it pulled off. So there was one, that was like the first good bite of the morning, and you know, I lost another 3. But other than that, you know, it's been a lot slower. Yesterday I was done at 8:30 and it's 8:14. I mean, we should have 19 or 20 in the live well right now if I'd have landed everything. But you know, we're going to keep grinding. And it's been a good day so far. Had 2 little schools here. I had one on that corner down there that we caught 3 or 4 in a row off of, and then I had a little school right here
that I caught 2 or 3 off of. So these fish are on very specific little places. You know, I talked to Davey last night about it. Every time we've been here, there's been a lot of grass, and this year there's not as much grass, so it's confined all the fish. That's why you're seeing a lot of good weights. And a lot of those fish bit yesterday on a weather bite, but those fish don't have as many places to go like they used to, so there's not as much grass. So what grass is there has a lot of bass on it. The only downside to that is the pike's got to go somewhere too, so they're using the same small areas of grass, so you're catching a heck of a lot more pike than I've ever caught here. I mean, like 50 a day. And Davey, I got to thinking about it, you know, and the first 2 hours on this place is so critical. That's just when they always bite here, is the first 2 hours. I don't know if it's a clear water thing or what it is, but you look back when other people have won here, you know, it's usually real early, and I got to thinking about it, and I was thinking, you know, I think the pike wake up at like 9 o'clock and they go to feeding, so if the bass don't bite early, they won't get a chance to, because those suckers will take over. So, but it's been a good morning. Like I said, I can't complain with what I've got in the live well so far. I just, opportunity missed, and I've got to, you know, you can get away with losing a 3-pounder. There's plenty of those in here, but you can't get away losing a 5. You know, those are harder to come by. It's what you need to win, and you got to capitalize when you get those bites. So we're going to keep whining. It's a little slower morning, you know. I probably hadn't had a bite in, I don't know, 20 minutes. So it's a little slower. I think sun got up quicker today, and that's the reason it slowed down. And maybe that'll mean there'll be more of an evening bite today.
Well, there you go. David Mullins.
Laying it out there for us.
Absolutely, telling it just exactly like it is. Could have more. Obviously, he had some disappointing one come off on him right there, but even David Mullins can't hang on to that lead. We talked about Zaldain, we talked about Mullins, and now look at Bass Track now, and it's Jeff Gustafson. Certainly had a head start on Mullins and Canterbury as well, but he has taken over the lead right now. Gustafson with his limit in the boat, about the same weight as Mullins, about 15 pounds. Let's we're going to take it over to him. I think we are. Yeah, there's Jeff Gustafson, not too far from Mullins, the Pipkins, Canterbury as well.
Notice these anglers looking at Hummingbird lay there, a little farther offshore.
That's the right one.
Some of the ones we were on yesterday.
Nice. That's how you want to start. Third cast. Sweet. That's a big one. Oh boy. Yes. Whew. I'm out doing Seth's hug from yesterday. All right, 2 down. 2 of the right ones. That's awesome. Doesn't feel huge, but solid. There's a big one. No, maybe not. No. Must have set the hook with his mouth open. Yeah, not a bad start so far. We got a limit, 2 good ones, 3 that hopefully we can get rid of. But catching some fish, so it's going all right. It's sort of slow the way I'm fishing, but you know, just got the opportunity for those big bites, and got 2 in already. So I'm happy with the start so far. Hopefully we can get 3 more big ones here sooner than later. And I had a pretty good morning yesterday, so I spent quite a bit of time looking around for new stuff, and I caught a few, but I didn't find any like mother lode spots, but hopefully we will here somewhere.
Certainly got a eye-popping start with a 4-pounder on the third cast of the day for Jeff Gustafson. Having a solid season here, standing 30 in Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. This first-year angler on the Bassmaster Elite Series from extreme Western Ontario.
He's fishing similar. We heard David Mullins describe what he's doing, individual spots, little corners of the grass, little isolated patches that stick out a little farther than a lot of the vegetation. Gussie certainly likes to fish offshore. He's a deep water fisherman, really likes to do exactly what he's doing here. Feels very comfortable doing what he's doing. And like I said, yesterday was able to practice some and find another spot or two.
Well, starting the day in 4th place with 22 pounds plus, 22 and a half pounds to be exact, Chad Pitkins. A great time watching him on days 1 and 2 down at the Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest on Lake Fork. Wonderful time spent with him there.
The morning has been slow. Got one little baby in the box. Haven't even caught a pickerel yet. I had a couple on pickerels and all that. That goes to show you, I don't think they're biting. I mean, you guys are watching live right now. Maybe some guys have caught some big ones, but I think overall it's probably a pretty slow morning. You got high skies, post-frontal. I do think the bite's going to get right. I just think it'll be, maybe 11 o'clock or so. We've got a long day. Got to be in at 4. So it doesn't take long when you get around the area where they move in already. I mean, there's lots of little targets. I'm just using my 360 imaging, picking things apart. And when it gets right, you can literally go toom, toom, and just pluck them off. But when it's not right, we're just pitching around, hanging out, waiting for one to get done for us. So it's going to happen, I think. Just trying to be patient and try to catch a couple here. The next couple hours, we can catch a few decent ones and get the ball rolling. That'd be great. So hoping for a fun afternoon, though. There's plenty of giants swimming around. We'd like to take a few for the ride.
Well, if you were watching it all yesterday or listening this morning, you know that the chain pickerel are jacking with these guys, so to speak. They are really just a big element there and big competitors for what's sent down there as a bass lure.
Lots of them caught yesterday, no doubt about it.
Mullins said they were still asleep, though, so I guess that's a new phase of the pattern. They haven't quite woken. They got 30 to 45 more minutes before they wake up, so.
Sneak out as many big ones as you can before they,
there we go.
Before they get going.
Mullins is hooked up.
This might be a big one. Stay down. Yeah, it's a good one. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. That's the same spot I lost that 5 up earlier. Exact same spot. Come here. Come here. He's hooked pretty good. Mm-hmm. Yes. Same spot. I lost that really nice one earlier. Exact same spot. There's a little, looking on my live scope, there's a little isolated piece of grass out there. And that's where they both come from, so hopefully we can keep upgrading. What was the smallest one? I can't remember, but I believe it was black. Are they all on rings? Pretty sure that's an upgrade, isn't it? Wow, they look so similar.
Wow, those are all 5 nice fish you had in there.
Yeah, very solid.
Bass Truck says that was the smallest is a 2-pounder. And that's a 2.5.
2 yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's get on the move here. We got 40 miles of Cayuga Lake to deal with here.
All the way, you see Chris Zaldain go all the way down south to Steve Kennedy.
Steve Kennedy was the first angler to get over 20 pounds on day number 1. Took definite advantage of the morning bite despite the longer commute.
Give us an update on the morning, Steve.
I had a bite right here under this dock on a Cinco, but no, hadn't been seeing anything, didn't get any bites on my big jig this morning on some of the key places, so trying to figure out what's going on, something I can do this morning. The sun's out today, so I think they'll end up under the docks this afternoon, but man, they're just not biting this morning. I think they fed up pretty good yesterday. So anyway, we're gonna keep plugging away. In practice, there was at least 10 fish under this one dock, and I did get a bite under it with my Cinco, but you don't see them. I mean, you could just see them swimming around in practice. So I've been fishing out here in the middle, looking around in the grass, just trying to see if I can figure out where these fish went. But so far, no luck. But I bet you come back in the afternoon and there's 10 of them sitting there.
Last year, I'm very familiar with that area. I fished down there multiple times. Last time the elites were there, that exact dock, and this is no exaggeration.
That dock.
There was 30 plus bass under that one dock that you could see suspended under that one dock. 4 elite anglers drove 40 miles to start on that same dock.
Oh my word! Now that's a tidbit right
there. It was a giant school under that one dock, and that several other docks along in there had 5 to 10 fish. It was unbelievable, but it was closer to the spawn. Those fish were pulled up there, suspending right before they spawned.
So did you get there first, Davey?
Incredible. No, I didn't get there first. I got there second. So didn't get to start on the best one, but then just right after me came another and another. It was just, you couldn't help but run. It was enough fish under one dock to win the tournament.
Was Kennedy
catching them's a different
them?
thing, and having them to yourself's a different thing. Steve Kennedy, I don't remember seeing him down there that year. Not at that particular dock.
Steve Kennedy, no panic at this point. He says probably sun gets higher today, later today.
Yeah.
They'll reassemble.
Those docks should
to some
get
extent
better.
back into there.
Absolutely, Tommy. The high sky should make that better a little later in the day.
Steve Kennedy had a tough season going into the St. Lawrence last week, but did himself a world of good. Despite slow starts on a couple of days like this day exactly, he was able to improve his points position. He's now just 3 out of the Classic cut.
Yeah, day 3 and 4 at St. Lawrence. He struggled until midday and then 20 pounds. He did a good job up in the day. I guess it was the final day. He had nothing at about 1:30, 2 o'clock, and then came in with a good, solid stringer.
But boy, this big comes up, but I didn't hook him. And the thing about it, I can skip this Cinco under there and never get a bite. But you never know he's here.
That plug throws a little bit better, it sinks.
But I have to try it.
These anglers getting to take full advantage of the morning bite out here. They didn't have that luxury last week. We had to, because of navigation issues, we had to start a little bit later in the morning. But there's one of our players from last week in our bonus coverage right there. Rapala live view. Chris Johnston from Canada. Put up a great fight last week, just couldn't overcome Micah Frazier.
He was certainly entertaining to watch Chris Johnson all last week.
Mm-hmm.
Tell he had done what we were watching him do many days before.
Yes.
He was comfortable fishing shallow, visually fishing for most of those smallmouth that he was catching, big ones.
Got his limit already today, including a 4-pounder, so on the right track for sure. We are going to be with you for 5.5 more hours today. Ditto Saturday, same thing for Sunday.
Hard spots. I actually ended the day here, caught 3 big ones. And now I'm just, it's gotten a little slower now. I'm just dragging the ball and chain around and got a couple bites on it. Seems like every time you change baits, you get a couple bites, but I'm hoping that it doesn't shut down with the sun coming out now, starting to get warm. So we'll see. Just gonna keep moving up and down this 300-yard stretch. Probably gonna be most of the day here. I got 2 good ones and a couple around 3.
Said he's dragging his ball and chain around. We saw some nice ones caught on it last week.
Oh my gosh, that was a potent weapon last week on the St. Lawrence River, for sure.
Scott Canterbury's out of cell service right now, so we don't have the image, but he just caught a 4-pound 3-ouncer. He's up to 17 on the day, and he's taken over the lead with almost 40 pounds even.
Wow, he is strong, absolutely. I didn't know he had as much weight as he had yesterday.
No, I didn't either.
We didn't really.
We saw his first few this morning, though. I think he might be a little light again today.
Okay. We got a lot to look forward to, that is for sure. What we have seen so far, it's enough to satisfy anybody. How about that morning bite here in Cayuga Lake?
Chris Zaldain with that very impressive 24-pound Jeff Stay. Caught 2 big ones early this morning, so he's well on his way to catch another 20-plus pound stringer. There's a second solid 4-pounder. Saw 8-1 yesterday, Derek.
Absolutely, Derek.
Very impressive.
Yes, man. That's the big ones are here. That is for sure. What'd you say, Ronnie?
Giant, almost in the cut with 3 fish, an 8, a 4, and a 3 something.
Oh my word!
Goodness gracious!
8-pound, 1-ounce largemouth in this neck of the woods. Very impressive.
That's an oldie right there. That is for sure. Some incredible stuff from this incredible place, the Finger Lakes of Western New York. Scott Canterbury of Alabama, our Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year points leader, on top right now. Saw a lot of volatility all up and down the leaderboard yesterday, as we generally always have, especially the first 2 days of competition, and we are well into day number 2. We'll get it going when we come back.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga is brought to you by Minn Kota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Toyota.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? van liner, work truck, motorcycle.
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh, here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bed liner and Line-X it.
Do things. Be sane. Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be somebody. Get action.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
Let's go. Wake the streets up.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Well, there's only this tournament and the return to Fort Gibson in Oklahoma remaining on the schedule, the regular season schedule, for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And of course, always focus our attention on this very important race here, 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And there's Scott Canterbury, Mr. Momentum certainly for 2019. He's got a good, solid lead in that one. And look who's right behind him. Fellow who started with the lead this morning, Chris Zaldain. Drew Cook in third place. Stetson Blaylock made a big move yesterday also, and Seth Feider, ditto. Had a lot of fun watching Seth Feider out there, but Scott Canterbury, third last week at the St. Lawrence, except for a finish in the 40s on Lake Fork. Scott Canterbury has just been absolute money every time around.
He certainly has, Tommy. I was talking to him last night, and he just said, I'm making good decisions. That's obvious by what you see here. Ninth place to start the season, and you know, I guess you call it a stumble there, a 49th. That's not terrible, but it did miss the cut in that one event. But back-to-back, St. Lawrence, he finished third, and currently he's in third after day one here on Cayuga Lake. But just making good decisions, good momentum, having confidence in going out and fishing the moment. It's real easy to say those things, but he's actually doing it. And we all know that's what you should do, and you should fish your strengths and go out and trust your decision-making ability to fish a tournament. But Scott Canterbury is doing it to perfection, honestly, in the last few weeks, no doubt about it.
Well, on our map there, you see those markers dropped, and that is for every fish that he has caught so far this morning, including one over 4 pounds estimated. Scott Canterbury out there, and what a great day he had yesterday. Better than any of us had. Our arithmetic had him.
Yeah, that's a good one. About 3 pounds more than what we thought he had, but
that's a good one.
Snuck a couple 4.5, 5 pounders in the live well on us, but we did not see him catch live.
Right.
Fishing several different soft plastic baits. The Big Bopper, one of them, that he's been catching some of his fish on, using a quarter, 5/16 ounce tungsten sinkers, 15 to 17 pound test P-line.
A little extra oomph on that hook set right there for sure.
That must be 17 pound test, because he put the hammer to that one, didn't he?
He did.
All good, solid fish.
Number 3.
You can see from the angle of the light, these were all pretty much first thing this morning, right after takeoff there at 6:30 local time. But this was just moments ago, though.
It's like a real.
I just let that lay there. It's a good one. You can get rid of that other. Out of here. That's a fat one there.
Solid fish. Look how,
oh boy,
beautiful those fish are.
I'd say that's 5-pounder, David.
I do too. I think he's at 20 pounds already. I don't know what
Called
he
the
put it in at.
270. Put it in as a 5.2.
Check this out, Ronnie. Turning his mic off. I finally got the word to him.
There you
We're going to get some good scale action.
Early MVP goes to D Hyde over there. It's only been 5 days of live.
This, the inside joke is, it's not a joke. I mean, some of these electronic scales do not work in tandem with a wireless microphone going at the same time. Sometimes you have to cut out the interference by turning off for a moment.
He's up to 42.9 total, 19.11 on day 2.
Let's go to Chris Zaldain now, just moments ago.
Oh, stay on there.
Chris Zaldain catch 2 big ones this morning. He said he's not getting a lot of bites, but
stay on there.
A lot of big ones when I do
No,
get
no,
a bite.
no. Stay. That's a little one. Dude, it's slick, calm, and sunny. I might have to make a bait adjustment. I mean, it barely got it, but it got it. That's a little one. That's almost 3-pounder. That's 4. Man, I thought that was that was 2.5. Yeah. 2 1/4, whatever.
That fish went from almost 3-pounder to 2.5. Now I call it 2 1/4. Like, come on.
Lose a weight in a hurry.
Well, I tell you what, that's a weight reduction plan right there. Talked about the bait. Of course, all this strategy is based around some pretty extensive bait research he did about what's going on in Cayuga.
Slick. I don't know if that's good for the deep bite or bad for the deep bite or what, but still got, 2 big ones and 2 just keepers. In the back of my head, I've got some spots where I think I could catch a big one here and a big one there. But we're gonna stick with this deep thing for the next hour and a half, 2 hours. Yeah, those are little, whatever they are. Just ledges, man. Fishing ledges like you would on the Tennessee River.
Bet that was a pike too.
That's some great bonus coverage we got there. Seth
Oh,
Fighter.
it looks to be Seth Fighter, right.
I think the high skies and little to no wind that we're seeing right now really is leaning towards what Seth Fighter's doing a little more than, say, a Chris Zaldain. Not saying that they both won't catch him. We got a lot of fishing to go. Chris has got 2 big ones, and he just mentioned about a bait change possibly, but flipping this vegetation, those higher skies and lower winds, he'll still be just fine, I think.
It's listed as having 4 in the boat right now. Seth, we had a great time watching you out there yesterday. Compare and contrast today versus yesterday as far as conditions go.
Okay. Way more ideal for what I want to do. A lot of them guys caught them deep, like outside grass line, rock pile stuff yesterday, and they had the perfect weather for it. A little bit of wind and some clouds, and today it's textbook grass flipping weather. It's flat, calm, sun shining. I'm still up on the north end. Just got my limit fish. I'm gonna slide out here pretty quick out to the main lake and go flip for some big ones. I got 2 I can weigh in. I got a 4-pounder on my first cast. Got 2 I can weigh in and 3 rats. So we're gonna head out to where the big ones live here pretty soon and do some culling.
Seth, yesterday you mentioned that
I'm liking the way the day's setting up.
Seth, yesterday you mentioned that you were going to start on that upper end and catch your limit, but maybe the size wouldn't be as good as that lower end. Are you fishing differently on that lower end, or just bigger ones live down that way?
Yeah. I think bigger ones live down there. There's a lot of fish up on this flat on the north end, but I have yet to see one over 4 pounds up here. Yesterday morning I pulled in here, caught 18 something real quick, and today I got like one close to 4 and another one over 3 and 3 little rats. It's been a little slower up here, but this place is just getting beat to death, so I don't know how many more days the guys are going to be able to catch them up here. I mean, by the amount of time I spent here yesterday, I already had 18 pounds, and today I only got 2 good ones, so we're going to get out of here pretty soon, and hopefully the big ones are biting.
Nice Rapala Live watch opportunity with certainly one of the most watchable guys from yesterday's coverage on Bassmaster Live, Seth Fighter, and we'll be, I'm betting we'll be back once he makes his move. This is what happened yesterday after he made the same move.
Freaking exactly giant, right, dude. Tommy. He was on the upper end. He called his shots. He said,
"Oh my God, Russ!
Catch 17 pounds or so up here, and then I'm gonna go down and where the big ones live." And he certainly did that.
Look at him! It's like a pre-spawner, dude. Oh my God! Look at that thing, dude. Have you seen one that fat before? Give me some. Oh, we're getting rid of one eye right now.
Right.
Certainly enjoyed that, getting rid of one eye.
That was infectious for sure. And coming into this tournament with a whole lot of confidence, Seth Fighter just, this is the kind of setup he likes. Just exactly what he's doing right there. We saw him do.
He's thinking just exactly like I was thinking. This weather really should be good for him today. We'll see how it all unfolds.
As he's got Canterbury getting a little hydration. I guess he's earned a break here. He's put himself in the lead yet again this season. So
he has. And yesterday he talked about, and at that time I guess he had just 18 or 19, or maybe just underestimated a little. But he said, I feel real good about my chances in this tournament to have a good finish. The big goal is Toyota Angler of the Year, and if I can catch 18 or 19, I'm good. I hope I can do that tomorrow. And he's already done that this morning, so certainly don't blame him for sitting down and having a Gatorade, no doubt about it.
Oh, yeah. Steve Kennedy still in search mode so far this morning. David Mullins hanging in there, had the lead for a while till he was supplanted by Scott Canterbury. Chad Pipkin's a little slower for him to start the day.
Take it easy in the morning so you had something to work with in the afternoon.
That lower end where Steve Kennedy is, mentioned earlier, I've fished down that way. I've wondered because those fish seem to be real hot or cold. You know, one day it's extremely good, and next day not. And I've never fished a lake like this. It's 300 feet deep, 40 miles long, and narrow. I wonder about the currents and the water temperatures.
The upwelling from deep and stuff like that.
You know, with the wind blowing and it moving. When you start talking about a lake that's 300 feet deep and 40 miles long and only about, on average, a mile or so wide, I really think there's some current that goes on that you know, most bass anglers like myself, especially from the south, just have never experienced. And there's a reason those fish are real hot and cold from one day to the next.
Chris Zaldain and others have said there's no problem. They replenish. This place is full of fish.
Oh, sure.
But they get moved around. They can take a while to locate.
Brushless motor technology, as opposed to the brush that we have now. So they're all going to be quieter, yes, and more efficient. That's the kind of grass we're looking for.
Just bring you in, show you off.
You can hear the engineer coming out of Steve Kennedy there.
Yeah, he's well educated in engineering. He's got to listen when he talks about that stuff.
There's some really good stuff. I say it is.
See Chris Zaldain and Chad Pipkins on the top of your screen there. Both of them reference their Humminbird 360 imaging, that they're looking for fish, looking for targets. You see them both looking down at their graphs a lot.
I heard a remarkable story yesterday from Clifford Perch about his sonar, how his back end unit had gone out, had been out for a while, running across the lake. It clicked on for 5 seconds and located a pod of big fish right there, and then clicked back off again.
Absolutely amazing.
Said it worked for 3 seconds.
Yeah, I know.
It's like a.
He had largemouth and smallmouth.
Was that X-Files? Is that what I was thinking of when I did the music? Is that what, or what was it? I couldn't even remember what I was referencing, but I just knew the music was the...
That sort of music has been used other places in scary situations too, right? Just FYI.
You need Twilight Zone music, though. Rod Serling's Cayuga Productions was on the lake here.
What?
No way.
Yeah.
So he came up here to write all those episodes? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I think he had a house, and I had a trivia question last time we were here about what show was kind of the writer was based here. I'm going to look it up again.
Well, as long as we're getting into trivia from last time we were here, Scooch, tell us about the town that's between Cayuga Lake and Seneca Lake, the next lake to the west. Tell us about that town and why people might be familiar with it.
Bedford Falls?
Well, it's not Bedford Falls, but it plays Bedford Falls in the movies. Okay.
Yeah, Cayuga Productions was Rod Serling's production company during the years of Twilight Zone.
All right. Well, there you go.
Twilight Zone, that's what it was. Oh my gosh.
That's, yeah.
Golly, I don't
You
even...
know, you're not even old enough to remember X-Files,
I've
Ron.
never even...
Well, the music
I've
for
never
that,
watched
you remember
an
that...
episode of it. I'm sorry. I just have seen...
He watches The Office, though.
Just the music.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, there you
Office
go.
is good stuff.
Yes.
Well, all right. We got to get back to the subject of fishing. So we have boots on the ground at all times, at all of our tournaments on the Bassmaster Elite Series. I'm talking, of course, about Dave Mercer, who at 3 o'clock today will crank up the weigh-in to decide. The weigh-in will decide who the 35 are, who move on to day number 3. And there is Dave right there. Dave is good at spotting what's going on in this tournament. The stories behind the stories, that's what we rely on Dave for. And Dave, what do you got for us this morning?
It is a beautiful morning here, guys. I mean, this is about as nice a morning as you can have here in New York this time of year. Perfect conditions. But the big chatter at takeoff this morning, guys, it was the same thing that we heard backstage, on stage. I gave the guys a hard time about, about lying. I mean, they can call it sandbagging. That's a nice term for lying. But they lied. But I will be honest, you could tell in their eyes, especially if you look at Matt Herron. He was our final guy to weigh in yesterday, and he was blown away. I mean, anglers were literally blown away about how good it got. I mean, we kind of had fun. We make fun of them. This happens all the time, but this lake definitely did turn on. You talked to a lot of the locals, and leading up to this, they said, man, it was a tougher bite leading up to this tournament. But if you remember yesterday, we talked about it. Talked to the same local today, and he said to me, he said, man, this tournament, he said, the way the weeds getting harvested on this body of water, they're cutting it away. When you find those fish, you find them all grouped together, is his opinion. And talking to our anglers, not knowing exactly where they're fishing, but talking to them here, they're like, man, and if you watch Bass Track, they'll catch 1, 2, 3 real quick group fish together, go through a lull. But guys that are catching them in a big way. And a lot of our anglers that really came back to this very dock sitting pretty yesterday. I did my job. I got 16.5 pounds. Woo! I've done well. I get that again tomorrow, and I'll be fishing, right? Wrong. I mean, 16 pounds, 10 ounces is our cut, and all those rumors of this body of water being very, very tough disappeared, especially with what blew me away most, the 8-1. I mean, I have to apologize. I was distracted when that weight even came up. It shocked me. I didn't even get near as excited as you would think I'd get with an 8-1, because I was just that shocked to see an 8-1. An 8-1 in New York State is a legitimate tank.
Well, David, speaking of them, a lot of the country never gets to catch these northern strain of bass. Even the 5-pounders look so impressive on this lake. How long does it take a northern strain bass to get to be 5 pounds? How old would that bass be?
Those fish are, I mean, it all depends on the fishery, but I always find at inland lakes like this, it takes a lot longer, even than on the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes, you look at a few of the smallmouths we saw here, and it's a prime example. You look at all those smallmouths we saw last week, and then you look at the smallmouth, I think it was, who had it? Paul Mueller, I think 4 of his fish yesterday were smallmouth. And if you look at those smallmouth, when he holds them up, I mean, their mouth is twice the size of a St. Lawrence River smallmouth. And it's just because of growth time. I mean, those fish are a lot older here. That fish is probably approaching 20 pounds, or 20 years, 15 to 20 years old to be that big. And an 8-1 even older than that.
So, Dave, this is a third trip for the Bassmaster Elites here. And yesterday was the best day, total weight, the biggest fish obviously caught, the stringers, 14 bags over 20 pounds. Do you think that was because of the weather, or this fishery just getting better and better each time we come?
Well, I mean, we'll have to see today. I mean, the weigh-in day 2 will tell a lot of the tale, because really a lot of our anglers were shocked. I mean, they thought 16 pounds a day, you're sitting pretty. I mean, if you look at the photo gallery going into this, a lot of guys said it's going to be like 62 pounds as a winning weight, and right now 16.10 to make the cut. So it definitely fished better yesterday. By the end of the tournament, I think we'll be able to judge whether the lake is just getting better. But I will say, this is prime time for the North. I mean, a lot of time people talk about it as smallmouth. It's prime time for smallmouth. I mean, the smallmouth are just getting bigger. The water's clear. There's gobies. There's zebra mussels. A million reasons we talk about. But here is honestly the truth. If you look at the North for the last, 5-6 years, our falls or our summers have got a lot longer and our falls have got a lot shorter. And you look at months that traditionally, when I was a little kid, October, I mean, it's miserable in October. We have some, September, October, this fishery's great deep into the year, and the seasons are extending longer. So I also think that is why you're seeing such bigger fish. I mean, you think about it, how much bigger are the fish getting? 20%? 20% bigger than what we were used to? We're at least getting 20% more of that late summer over the last number of years. So really that I think is the biggest difference that everybody overlooks. I mean, we talk about ice caps and things melting. I'll tell you, fish are getting bigger in the north because we're getting more sunlight.
Dave, we talk about the northern end of this fishery here that's kind of just a big, giant, shallower sort of area with a lot of grass in it. And Seth Feider made the comment, we just heard it a few minutes ago. He said, this place is getting beat up here. What's your opinion on that? We also hear anglers say they replenish here like nowhere else in terms of largemouth bass. So it's a little bit of both, huh?
Yeah, a bit of both, but I would think that would go back to the initial. If you talk about the weed harvesting that's happening out here, if you condense those fish also feel that pressure a lot quicker because you've got more anglers sharing water, and you do see that in our galleries. I mean, there's a lot of boats beside each other on this body of water, and I really just think that those fish have been condensed down to smaller areas, and they're feeling the pressure, of yesterday. I mean, just of all those giant fish you see crossing the stage. Those are all fish that will not bite today. They're back in that water. But when you catch one or two out of a group of fish, generally slow down. So I think the pressure is just because the fish are condensed. I mean, it's kind of like if you make this lake smaller all of a sudden, it's easier to catch fish because they're all together. But it's easier to turn off fish because those areas are so limited.
All right, good thoughts, good insights, good stuff as always from Dave Mercer, who will be conducting the weigh-in today at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Very critical weigh-in, especially in terms of points going forward. Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year.
Scott Canterbury, no doubt.
Scott Canterbury, man, he's the man of the year so far. Can he hold that position atop the mountain? Got a lot of pursuers who are moving up fast, so things are changing. Scott Canterbury, he says, I'm not sure I'm in the class. He's in the classic. We don't worry about that.
Oh, my goodness.
He's been a little over modest there, but maybe he's not totally got his hands on the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, but he has put the work in to get the job done. That is for sure. Ditto for this tournament. 8th event of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Scott Canterbury on top. Jeff Gustafson, who had a good start to his day, and of course he started from a high position as well. Chris Zaldain, the leader to start this day. Well, he's fallen back a little bit, but not too much. Plenty more yet to come from here on Cayuga Lake on Bassmaster Live.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake is being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir. Nope. There he is. Oh, I got it.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Power Bait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent field. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original power bait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Power Bait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Yeah, you care about gear ratios, inches per turn, and ball bearings. But most importantly, you want reliability and dependability in the equipment you use. And at Lew's, it is a requirement. Regardless of the price that fits your fishing style, Lew's doesn't cut corners when it comes to the gear they build. The new for 2019 Lew's Speed Spool is evidence of that.
Hey guys, pro angler Jason Christie. When I'm out competing, I want something that won't let me down. There's a lot of things that are important in a reel, but the most important to me is reliability and durability, and you're going to find that in the new Speed Spool LFS. The new Speed Spool LFS is loaded with all kinds of features. First of all, one-piece aluminum frame. That right there alone is going to set it apart from other $99 reels. Secondly, solid brass speed gears. Just like the Super Duty, that $99 reel is going to last for a long time. When you're cranking in that big fish, this reel is going to be solid and smooth, and all of that is thanks to the new P2 Super Pinion gear. This oversized gear is going to allow for smooth operation, cast after cast. This magnetic control system, which is externally adjustable, will allow a seasoned pro or a first timer to be able to pick up the reel off the deck and cast with ease. You can find all these features and more in the new Speed Spool LFS at only $99.
The team at Lew's is adamant on delivering quality, dependable gear at a price that fits your lifestyle. Whether you are a weekend angler or tournament pro, the new for 2019 upgraded Speed Spool LFS is the best $99 reel in the market. Go see for yourself.
By TH Marine, offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Engineered and built to be rugged with waterproof and submersible options. Designed for easy installation, Blue Water is available in a variety of colors and styles. All backed by a limited lifetime warranty. Blue Water by TH Marine.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus great premiums, including a 4-lure starter kit. Click now on this video to join today.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Oh, the season started several years ago on the St. Johns River, actually several months ago. It just seems like a long time, man. It has wound across the country. We have had some great stops. This 2019 edition of the Bassmaster Elite Series, we're at number 8 out of 9 this time around. The days are down to precious few, as they say, to get the job done, to get in the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year tournament. Top 50 only go there. The points are there to be taken, there to be lost, unfortunately, as well. Scott Canterbury, the man on top in Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. How good is he feeling about it? Relaxed, I'd say.
I would say, look at him. Just Having a time, laid out on the deck, chewing on a piece of fluorocarbon since there's no straw around. I've chewed on some fluorocarbon a time or two myself, but I don't remember laying on the deck, just enjoying a beautiful day in northwestern New York.
He was fairly laid back yesterday as well. I'll show you something that happened while we were away. Jeff Gustafson currently sitting in second place.
That's a good one.
So Gussie catch some nice ones earlier
pull
on a football jig. He's doing a little something different right now.
Not a giant, but solid.
Make sure you show Thomas.
Good solid fish there.
Well, that was a few minutes ago. Also, a few minutes ago, you might have seen a bit of this as we let the pictures play through our commercial break there. Give you a chance to do that. Also, maybe if you're watching the live mix, David Mullins.
Nice one. He has got it choked too. Hit right here at the trolling motor. He got it choked. Look at that. That's the way you want to see it. Look at that, Mark Copley, huh? Thank you for sending that to me. That's the way you want.
All right, good one there for David Mullins. Certainly helps his cause. And I think even Steve Kennedy got in on the action during that commercial break. We're going to show it all to you eventually here.
There he is. Little bitty thing, but I'll take him. We'll get him in. There's some of the good stuff. Not exactly what we're looking for. I'll take it. So, yeah.
Steve Kennedy all the way at the bottom of the lake, far away from the
Somebody's throwing rocks at us.
big crowds.
There's the stuff.
Fishing a big jig. A little slower start this morning, but a lot of fishing left in this day.
For a second.
Thanks, buddy.
The boat docks, we saw him fishing earlier this morning. Should get better as that sun gets higher. Gussie's hooked up.
I don't think that's a big one, but no, pike.
Oh, here we go. They
right, first
awaken.
You want this thing for lunch?
Right on time.
Oh my gosh. Chris Zaldain fishing an underspin earlier this morning. Looks like he's fishing a spoon now. We saw him, probably not as big, but saw him using a spoon at Gunnersville.
Mm-hmm, sure did. A little bit at Lake Lanier as well.
Well, I say it often, but it's just, I love being able to see a 4-box like this. We got 4 great fishermen, all doing 4 very different things.
That's the ideal.
I didn't know if you noticed that or not. Bam. He hit it.
Man, that was a big one.
How you switched up?
Yeah, so I was just throwing a drop shot here with a little finesse swim bait on it, and I caught a rock bass, a big rock bass, and like a 5 or 6 pound largemouth followed it in. Again, it's a deep spot. I'm just trying to. It's slick, calm, sunny. I'm just trying to imitate anything. Down there. There's bluegill, there's rock bass, there's alewives everywhere. So the alewives are that small, they're tiny. So you either want to throw something that big or something huge.
Well, you can see the wind is pretty much non-existent out there today. Sunny is the prediction for today. So far, that's been right on the money. The wind has not been on the money. That may get up a little bit later today. High just perfect. Room temperature 72 degrees, down into the 50s at night.
That is a perfect fishing day. Actually, the fishing will get better, I think, if we do get a little bit of that wind. Right now, like you mentioned, there is none.
Tomorrow, same temperatures, same conditions all the way around, according to our TH Marine Weather Watch.
Speaking of weather, I got a response from my mostly sunny, partly cloudy debate that we were talking about from an actual weatherman. So I got to
reframe the debate now. We were trying to figure out what's the difference between mostly sunny and partly cloudy.
Right now, the weather says partly cloudy here. There's a cloud right there, so maybe that's it.
So basically, it's however you want to look at it, positively or negatively. If you want to say it's 3/4, the glass is 3/4 full or quarter empty. It's just how you look at it. But if it's clear, classified as clear/sunny, it's an 1/8 or less of cloud coverage. Mostly clear, mostly sunny is an 1/8 to 3/8 cloud coverage. Partly cloudy, partly sunny is just under half to just over half, that 3/8 to 5/8. Mostly cloudy, 5/8 to 7/8 cloud coverage, and then cloudy is 7/8 to all.
So that stems another question. So why do we judge clouds and sun in 8s when we do chances of rain in percentages?
Yeah.
Why don't you say it's
what's the deal?
70% clouds instead of 5/8 clouds?
We can do it. It just might be like 17% of cloud coverage, and that's
equal to 1/8.
Yes, something. I don't even know if that's the right number. I think 12% is like an 1/8 because that goes to 90. Yeah. 12% would be.
I think you've gotten to the bottom of that one, Ron.
It is science.
I think that getting to the bottom of that just spurns more questions.
Yes.
Yeah.
At noon, it's supposed to be mostly cloudy. So
here,
what's that mean? Yes.
Well, you can see the bank over there. Yeah.
That wind's got to start moving a little bit for those clouds to get on in there.
In the David Mullen shot, you see that? I'm assuming that's looking north. Excuse me, looking south.
South,
yeah. We keep looking at a boat a boat-to-boat shot there from Scott Canterbury's, and that's Stetson Blaylock, I believe, over there, Davey.
It is, and as tournament fishermen, we've all done this a little bit, I'm sure. Most of the people watching have. If you fish a multiple day event and you've got one sweet spot, you're probably not going to have it all to yourselves. So if you leave it, then someone else might fish it. But if you have your target weight for the day, which Scott Canterbury does, you can just do a little guarding, a little defense, and that certainly looks like what he's doing right now.
Same thing happened yesterday. He got about 18 pounds of boats. You know, there's no need for me to keep catching 3-pounders here. May need them later. I need to hang on to this spot. And
absolutely.
Pretty.
And in our Bassmaster Elite tournaments, the day in which you pick and choose to guard something, it depends. Like on day one, if you get there first and you try to guard it all day, well, then day two, that other competitor, if that's where they tried to start, they were later in the flight leaving, then the next day they can be there before you. So it's do unto others as you would have them do unto you. But day two, if he stays up higher in the standings than Stetson Blaylock, he will take off before him tomorrow. Okay. So he'll have first rights to that place. So a lot of strategy that goes on, and a lot on the line. And
sure,
you know, that's certainly what he's doing. And when he turned his microphone off and weighed his fish, he really got relaxed. We have noticed that. I think he's got a little more than maybe he thought in his live well. Because ever since we saw him get ready to weigh his fish, he has really gone into defensive mode here.
Mm-hmm. And we had more anglers than just Scott Canterbury yesterday say, look, I'm good. I need to stop catching 3-pound, while they keep casting again and again. Fishermen are incurable in some respects.
Well, in a lot of those cases, though, they were still casting, but away from the target
juice,
areas, yes. In fact, gosh, I think I talked to most of the top 6 anglers last night, and they all had some time to go try to explore new areas and left their better spots alone.
14th place, Cliff Prince is who we're seeing in the bottom screen. We got some bonus coverage, Rapala live view stuff for you there.
Another one here.
He had a good day yesterday also.
Yeah, he did.
Hadn't been the same day with the sunshine like it was yesterday with the clouds. It all looks different. I guess it looks different to them too.
Cliff Prince from Palatka, Florida. As you mentioned, we started there this season. It seems like it began 2 years ago, but Cliff Prince was right in the middle of the
so you spent a lot of time following him around.
Yes.
He's number one local in the tournament.
He knows it very, very well. A lot of locals following him around, a lot of fans there supporting him in Palatka, Florida, on the St. John's.
Nice panfish, eh?
I know they live here. I seen them yesterday when I went. Like I say, I've got about 11 pounds or so. I've caught 6 or 7 keepers this morning. Well, I say about 10 keepers probably. But not the ones that we need. We need some 3-pounders, 4-pounders, maybe a 5. But we'll get there. We just gotta keep our head in the game. They live here. I seen that yesterday.
Good update on the day from Cliff Prince, having a good tournament up here in the Finger Lakes.
David Mullins hooked up, and Chad Pipkins.
Be a bass. Come on, be a bass. There's a bass.
Mullen's got a pickerel on.
Nice one. It's not a giant, but we need one. Thank you. A little starter fish. Got to get the wheels rolling. We'll take them. Told you we were going to get a couple bites through here. We're going to catch them. Just got to keep, 2 1/4 maybe. I got one, Shane. I got one. No, I got a big 1-pounder in there too.
Happy birthday to Chad Pipkins.
Is it his birthday?
36 today, yeah.
I thought it was going to be slow this morning like this. Dude, they hate this. I bet you I told Jake, I said about 11 or 12, it's going to heat up. We're going to go through the same stuff and we're going to capture them up. Yeah. Relaxing, talking to your cameraman, marshals. I hadn't even caught but like 2 pike or pickerel. Dude, if the pickerel ain't biting, yeah. And the ones that are just nibbling and.
Had Pipkin talking with Shane Lineberger over there, kind of chewing the fat a little bit while he tries to get things ignited here with these large amounts. Mullen's got one.
This might be a big one. I don't think he's gonna help me. He might. Dang, he's just got one. I think he'll help me a little bit. He's got 2 in him. I thought he just had 1, but he's got 2. I hope he helps. I don't know if he'll help or not. Every time I say I'm gonna remember which one's the smallest, I keep forgetting. I think it is red. Red and then white.
Solid fish there.
That's close, man. Have I got one? Have I got a vacant one?
Got 2 3-pounders in the boat.
That's where that school was this morning, you know. Catch a pike and then come through there and catch it. I don't think it's gonna help.
Does not help.
No help right there. Back over to Scott Canterbury. We know he's kind of taking it easy, hanging on to his spot, place holding a little bit, right across the way. There's Stetson Blaylock with a good one.
That's good.
That was a heartfelt, not really.
It wasn't a, that's good. It was
I'm gonna throw in this
that's
bass
good.
again.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm good. I ain't gonna do nothing. What about 2 3/4 or so? I got one. It's a little over 3. My smallest one. And then I got a 390. All right. It's been, it's been good. It wasn't like fast like yesterday morning, but it's been really good. I'm pleased with what I've got. If I don't catch another one all day, I'm sort of trying to just protect the area a little bit, but I do need to get out and move around probably. Stetson's catching them. He's got a good bag. We just gotta. You don't never know how many's in there. I know there's some more in there. It's just a matter of how many, you know. We don't know about that. So we've shared it for 2 days, and it's been good. Don't know how many's in there. I moved around this morning, fished my other spot where I caught some yesterday. I hadn't been to one area that I caught a big one yesterday. I'm gonna go there in a minute, but like I say, it's been good so far.
Scott Canterbury saying, and he and multiple anglers said yesterday, let's not step on the 3s and 3.5. We may well need them before this tournament is over. You can see that.
You can see that happening to some of these anglers. You can also see Scott Canterbury backing off of them again today, knowing that he's got his target weight and lots on the line for him, leading Toyota Angler of the Year, and at the moment, this particular tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Good position to be in. Of course, we find a new position. Ron Moore in a familiar position, Screen of Knowledge. Ron, crank it up. See what we got going today.
Well, we obviously have seen a lot of action this morning. I haven't been able to get over here because we got so much other stuff going on, but some great catches, and recapping yesterday, just such a great day on Cayuga, probably the best day overall we've ever had in our 3 Elite Series events, specifically a one day if we had to target it out. 85% of the field caught a limit. And for those who didn't, they still had good quality for the most part, including big bass leader Derek Hudnall, 8 pounds 1 ounce. That is a giant upstate New York northern strain largemouth. The average weight was 3 pounds 6 ounces for the fish. To get in the top 10, you needed 20 pounds 14 ounces. To make the top 35, it was 16.10 after day 1 and 14 bags over 20 pounds.
How many?
14 bags, which what Sir Davey Height over there called that yesterday.
I think that's you.
We were going through some of the fish picks. We got to talk with Seth Fider. He's picking up where he left off yesterday. We thought he'd be on Bassmaster Live today, but with 21.5, didn't get it done, just outside that range. Maybe today, though. Just talked to Cliff Prince. This was his first fish from the morning, so he said he had 11, 12 pounds, but some solid ones, just normal keepers. You get one of those 5-pound northern strains or some smallmouth. We saw smallmouth yesterday. You could definitely upgrade in a hurry there. Hunter Shryock, someone who loves fishing for largemouth in the grass, especially up in this neck of the woods. He was our largemouth guy last week at the St. Lawrence River. He's got a good start to today as well. So a lot of guys rolling it in, some big fish getting caught off camera, and our marshals are doing a great job sending those in as well.
Double on that. The marshals doing a terrific job. Thank you all so much. You marshals you're good photographers above all, and part of photography is being in the right place at the right time, and certainly being a marshal puts you in the right place.
This has been a good week and a half for Scott Canterbury. Last week this time, I think he was leading at the St. Lawrence River. Had a great tournament there and doing the same thing here.
Oh, he has got it all going this year of 2019. We'll be back with more in just a few minutes.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake is being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Mother Nature is my playground, and when I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out, guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Line-X.com today.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. for the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New advanced mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Well, the first quarter of our day is done, and we are launching right on into the second quarter. No timeouts, nothing like that. We don't have halftime here, but we keep going all day long, 8 hours plus of fishing for these 75 who are trying to make the top 35. We'll get some valuable extra days or day of fishing here as we get near the end of our season. Near the end of the season means we pay extra attention to Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year and Scott Canterbury. Our tournament leader right now sits atop that list as well with Chris Zaldain, who started the day with the lead. He's right behind him. Stetson Blaylock out there in the same spot pretty much that Scott Canterbury is in, sort of dividing fish for now. And here's what Scott Canterbury's been doing with 19 plus, almost 20 pounds in the boat. He's not going to lean on him much more, but someone else always volunteers for the job.
Oh, yeah.
And should.
I mean, I'm cheering you on.
Mm-hmm. Just a hearty hip hip hooray sent over there to Stetson
I'm cheering you on.
Your number one fan over here.
You certainly tell that he's thinking about not only this tournament and leading this tournament, but he's thinking about the big prize, Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
While we had our break just a moment ago, getting ready for the second quarter of action, this was David Mullins moments ago.
I'll stay down. He's got a mouth full of hooks too. It's a freaking stay down.
Oh,
wow! Not
kidding. Have a lead change here if he puts his fish in the boat.
Hey, that's a big one right there. Stay on there, big girl. Stay on there. Stay on there. Where you at? I got her. Bam. Oh, this is all right. This is all right. big old melon head.
Smallest one is
How about that?
3 2.5 or so?
3 pounds.
They got back down here to the juice.
Says he was 3.5
Played around
back
La La
at
Land up there
Canterbury,
for
so he
an
needed
hour.
a 6.5
Come back to where they at.
to lead.
That's what I'm talking about. So there's our smallest one right there going. It's a good upgrade.
Once again, underscoring the fact that these guys can take what they do best and come out here on Cayuga Lake and get some good results.
It's really great to see. When you go to a good fishery, you can fish your strengths. I mean, you really can. There's a large enough population of largemouth and smallmouth bass. You got boat docks, you've got vegetation, you've got obviously rock and a little wood, and just a great mixture of cover on this lake. Good population of bass.
Beautiful water, everything you need for a great fishery. And
10-4.
Missed it.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised that Mullins is still getting good bites on this crankbait and not just nipping it in just the back hook in their mouths, but really eating with it dead slick calm and high sun. You would think that his crankbait bite would be going away, but it's still doing well. Just got a text from our friend Mark Zona.
Oh yeah,
talking about the exact same thing. And David Mullins, talking to him last night, he said the first couple hours are critical.
That's a pickerel anyhow, never mind. He bit it when it hit the bottom. I thought it was going to be a bass.
Mark and Karen packing their kids up to go away to college. Not a fun time for moms and dads.
Well, moving time.
Not a fun time for dads because it's not a fun time for moms, right? Is that out? It's a little.
That always goes hand in hand.
Back over to Chad Pipkins. Landed another keeper a little bit ago.
Slow start for him, but he seemed very confident that he's going to do well later in the day.
There he is. Be a
bass.
Told you one was in there. That feels like a big bass. Come on. That's a bass. Stay on, baby. Stay down. That's a bass. Be a bass. Oh, he's not that big. Why did he feel so huge? Felt like a dang giant. A nice one. Humminbird 360. Get you some. Come on. Gotcha. Here we go. Just got to throw at those targets. They're being a little stingy. It took 2 casts.
A little bigger.
Yeah, 2.5.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yep.
We're breaking the ice.
Tell you that.
We're breaking the ice. I told you that was going to be the meat. And sometime the meat's going to get bigger. We'll put him on this side for now. Hopefully that'll be the small side later, right? There we go. It's not huge, but you know, feels good. Get a few bites. I think they're starting to get on the stuff I've been catching them on. Yeah, buddy.
Heard Chad Pipkins give credit to the Humminbird 360. We've heard several anglers talk about seeing isolated patches of grass, and as that sun gets higher and higher, it gravitates those fish towards those little clumps of grass. And
Chad Pipkins having a good season. Just outside the top 20 in Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Fine shape going into the shank of the year, as you may say.
You think we'll start to see less and less smallmouth get caught throughout the week, or do you think that's something that could sustain, or is that a weather day where like today they might not bite, and tomorrow when it's cloudy, or?
It's hard to say. I was surprised at some of those, the Jake Whitaker and
Mueller had 4 and Jake had 4. I think they were the only anglers with 4 or more smallmouth, and they
Purse
had 19 and a half. And,
one great big one or two. And those smallmouth like the sun, but it's slick, calm. We need that 9-mile-an-hour wind that the TH Weather Watch was promising us.
That's at 2 o'clock. It's supposed to climb a little bit starting around 10, real soon here.
Canterbury and Blaylock.
Always a complicated relationship,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Not these two specifically. It's just anytime two guys are kind of.
It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch. They both started there yesterday. Stetson caught a big one real early. I mean,
Stetson had his 20 pounds there. Like that's the for folks who were just tuning in. Yesterday morning, we had a camera with Canterbury because he was the Toyota Angler of the Year leader. He had 20 pounds and change from there. Stetson had 20 pounds there and took off, after the mid-morning portion, and then they both, start there today, like you said.
Pound difference between the two.
Yeah, so no, it's a justified situation for both.
Sure.
Somebody wants to play defense, not because they don't like that other guy, but they don't like any guys fishing it. They want to just be able to have this spot. Yeah,
we all want all the fishing spots to ourselves.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of being a professional angler.
That's right.
Oh, Davey, with the guy saying it replenishes pretty well here, is that something you need to be doing? Do you recall what it was like, how spots held out last time?
Hey, let's take a quick moment here to visit with Jamie Hartman, Rapala Live Watch. And Jamie out there, we talked to you back in the studio here. You said you sort of had a love-hate, mostly hate relationship with Cayuga Lake, but doing pretty good. Good limit in the boat today, so got to be a little bit better than expectations this time around, huh?
No, not really. I mean, I was way down on that list yesterday. 31st starting the day today. And I've only got one big bite so far. I got a 4.5 in the box, but I got myself around them. I just ain't getting the big ones right now. I seem to have missed that bite. The bite's dying on me now, so trying something else to try to get something going, but it's my typical Cayuga. These bites are so random out here, and you don't land on them in practice and the grass ain't right where you are. I mean, you can see where I'm sitting. There's community hole. There's a whole bunch of boats there. A whole bunch of boats over here. And, man, they get grouped up. Them fish get grouped up where the grass gets good. And where I found them in practice was really tough yesterday for me. I was able to get my bites, but, gosh, they came hard. And I was around the size, too, and they were not there yesterday. So I'm back to the drawing board, and I'm going to revisit that area in a little while, but I tried something different this morning, started it up, switched it up to a little something different. My first bite was a 4.5, but I got a long ways to go, guys, a long ways to go.
So, Jamie, would you have a knowledge of this lake? And the stringers were incredible yesterday. The overall weight, the big bass being 8-1 and all the way down to 35th place, the cut line, those weights were absolutely incredible. Do you think it can sustain 2, 3, even 3 more days?
I don't. No, I really don't. We got a big weather change today, and I think it's going to switch things up a little bit. It's slick calm right now, so anybody that was catching them yesterday morning, I think, might be struggling. And I say that, but when you get around a bunch of fish here, they bite, and that's what I've been telling my marshal this morning. I'm searching, and when I get myself around a bunch of fish, they'll bite, even though it's calm. So them guys that have landed on them, and know where they're at, they're going to do all right. But, man, I don't think you're going to see them kind of stringers again. You'll see some of them. They're here. So, I mean, we all know they're here. There's a lot of big fish, and if you can put 5 bites together, then, you're going to have. But I think you're going to see a little bit of switch on the leaderboard. I think them top guys got it dialed in a little bit better. But, there's a lot of guys talking about lucky fish yesterday, so.
All right, Jamie Hartman, let's watch this.
I hope this is one of them.
Would be incredible. He talking about a lucky fish and he hooks up. If this is an 8-2, that'll be absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Jamie Hartman, despite his protestations, is sitting there in the top 12. It's not all bad for him at this event.
They are some sandbaggers. I must admit, I was one for 23 years myself.
Yeah. It's just part of the game.
Hang on there. Come on, baby. Come on.
That's a good fish. I don't know if it's an 8-2, but I just caught a glimpse of it. It is a nice one.
Got a 112.
Oh, yes. Wow.
Just the bites we're looking for right there. Right in the roof of the mouth, too. That's why I love my drop shot. Whew, it gives you a heart attack, though, man. But those are bite.
Good fish there.
Dang, dude. Let's just pick that back up, right?
Oh, these big northern bass look so good.
Oh, they do.
Especially
They're
out of
beautiful.
This great water here. Jamie Hartman, big boost to his day right there. Good stuff from our angler who lives in Arkansas. We got heavy-duty New York connections for sure. Jamie Hartman. Take you over here back to David Mullins. We saw him catch a good one just a few minutes ago.
Having a good day today, David Mullins. Been throwing the crankbait all morning. Now he's switched up a little bit. Looks like he's a worm or a jig. There you go.
If that's a bass, that's a good one. It is.
Wow.
Oh, the big worm got him, son. Old doomsday worm got him one right there.
Good solid fish there.
Two good ones in a row from
That was
Mullins.
another 5, don't you think?
Oh, it's got to be close to it.
Real
huh?
close to it.
Just for giggles. You want to see what he weighs? I do. Just for the heck of it, you know. Like 480.
That's close to 5.
Just under
Looks like a 5 to me, don't you?
Pulls out a 3.
Pick up in the bite right here. Chad Pipkins just caught himself one.
I'm like, ready, I'm gonna get bit in this cast. And I'd line it up and boom, it would go off. It was awesome.
Does that give him over 20 now?
Oh, it was sweet.
Almost
I'm
has
hoping
to.
we get half those bites at least right now. They were just eating. There's one. Yep. Right on the juice. That's a bass. Hang on, buddy. What do we got here? Little bass. I like it. They're starting to get on the stuff, though. I'm okay with it. I said it yesterday. We'll play the numbers game. If I catch 30 keepers, we're going to catch 5 big ones. We're starting to get some bites now, and they're biting it on the first cast when it hits those clumps. It's about to get serious. Yeah, he's probably a pound and a half. That was a little light. Little feller. I want you to say, was that a 4 or a 5? That's what we need to say.
Yeah, that's
I go, oh, that's a 5.7.
Yeah.
Perfect little clump. Let's see if you got any friends.
Chad.
You got any friends?
He caught 30, 35 fish yesterday. Had 2 5s, a 4 3/4, and a 4 1/2. Great day yesterday. Got a little slower start this morning, but things are picking up for him now.
Got some leaderboard movement. Hartman's up to 6. Fighter jumped into 4th. Pipkins, those fish, is up to 8.
Chad says you can win it with the numbers game here for sure. We certainly saw that last week.
Yes, we got 5. They're not the right 5, but it's always good to get the ball rolling. Like I said, I really think it's going to get really good today on this really specific stuff. And it's starting to happen now. The last 3 I caught were on perfect little pieces that I'm seeing on my 360, and that's how I caught them in practice. When the sun gets up, that's the difference. Instead of like just casting and dragging around, I can pinpoint these exact little clumps. And when it gets right, you just literally throw to it and pick up, and you're like, yep, he's got it. And they're just being a little finicky. That last one took 2 casts, and I think there was a lot of them this morning that just didn't bite, but we can go back through those same areas. And when they start setting up on these and get right, you can catch them in a hurry. So just trying to be patient, and at least we got a few bites rolling, and we're going to have some fun today. We're playing the numbers game, and we've only caught 5 so far, but like I said yesterday, I feel like if I can catch 30 plus keepers, I should get 4 or 5 of those big bites and give ourselves a chance to keep fishing on the next days,
I heard it's your birthday, man. So you
Oh, you know what? I'm looking for a birthday fish. I kind of forgot it was my birthday. I don't know if that means I'm getting washed up and old. But good news, guys, I took my 10-year restart when I was 28, so I didn't turn 36 today. I turned 26 because life is good, and 20s were good years, so we're going to keep it rolling. 10-year restart. Everybody gets one. Lock it up.
I didn't know that.
Did you do that?
I did not know that was available. Even with a 10-year, though, I'm still not looking that good.
Yeah, I would have liked to take my 10-year reset 10 years ago.
Yeah.
When did he say that you get to
You had a
officially
10
start taking them?
Everyone has
10 year?
one.
Yeah.
So
anytime?
Yep.
Sure.
You got to be at least 10
wanna go
years
back to
old to
being
do
8
it.
years
though.
old?
I can go back to the year I started driving. Let's go. Yes.
Oh, boy, don't. Yeah. You might want to add 10. I
Yeah, and then
think
he'd
you can
have
do
to
that
shave
too.
his mustache if you add 10.
Be able to shave.
I'll finally have one in 10 years.
Come on, Betsy. About to line up a good one, I think. Ooh, yeah. What? Take him down. Like this is like before, like this one right here. This next one's the cast. And usually if I'm gonna get a bite, it's usually on these. That would be nice. We showed that to our marshal the first time. Like, this is the stuff you look for. And I threw once up there and caught a 5-pounder. I'm like, man, I should have showed you that a while ago. It's nice when it works out. I might be a little to the left, but that's what happened on that last one. I don't think they're traveling as far to eat the bait. So if they're sitting on one side of the clump or the other, like they're not moving. I threw 5 feet to the right. on the last one, which I'm going to do again. And that's when I caught that last one. Like, not a big one, but a nice 2.5 pounder, you know. We'll take them. Throw a little to the right, and you never know. We are in the middle of fish, I know it. Just being a little slow today. But the more of these little pieces I can hit, I feel like the better my chances are, so we'll be power finesse fishing. Come on. And even the pickerel, like we talked to a couple of our other guys out here, like even the pickerel aren't biting this morning. I've only caught maybe 1 or 2 pickerel and had a few miss. Like when they're not biting, generally the bass are sluggish. I'm saying that and you guys are like, this guy's an idiot. There's 3 people with 26 pounds. But generally that's the case. So I hope I'm not too far off. Come on. We should catch one up here. Come on. Man, we got everything working for us. The live drone shot with the New York new state record, new personal best in New York. Whew. That'd be all right. They might hear me at home if that happens. Come on, fish, where you at? I'm just trolling around, literally looking for the little pieces that stick out. The high percentage points.
Big one we saw Jamie Hartman catch a little bit ago. Got him up into the top 6, as a matter of fact. So Jamie Hartman looking very, very good right now. Chad Kipken's very positive about his targets, very specific about them as well.
Got it figured out. He's using his electronics to locate little small isolated patches of grass on that Humminbird 360.
Yes. Strong early bite today. Most of the anglers that we've been watching got themselves a nice little taste of what Cayuga Lake has to offer this morning. It was eye-opening. It was an eye-opener for sure. It's better than a strong cup of coffee. A little bit of a lull, and now they're back at it again. So that's good news too. Scott Canterbury just barely hanging on to that lead ahead of David Mullins. He's got some company out where he's fishing. Jeff Gustafson hanging in there. Of course, the cut line today, all important, 35. Got to be that or better in order to fish on. Chris Grove on top right now, and Shane Lineberger, we saw him out there a little bit ago. He's the one that's got some work to do. We'll have more work to do when we come back.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake is being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there. It's a resource that has guided you. From it all, you've learned, you've applied, and you've become a Bassmaster.
There's your winner.
Dream big. Develop your craft. Believe in yourself. And win on the biggest stage.
You can do it, buddy. He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is.
Oh, I got him.
It doesn't matter what you fish, you need the right bait. Berkley Power Bait. Now in 54 proven shapes. From craws and creatures to worms, grubs, swim baits, and more. And 85 sizes. And all are infused with that deadly Power Bait flavor. Fish bite and won't let go. Giving you up to 18 times longer to set the hook. And that means you catch more fish. Yeah, it's time for a bigger tackle box. Berkley. Catch more fish.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now to win a fishing trip with Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Jamie Hartman. Trip includes airfare, hotel, rental car, and $500 spending cash. Plus a Nitro Z18 with Mercury outboard, Lowrance Electronics power pole, and an amazing prize pack. Total value of $40,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows, you could win.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Well, let's all walk down the simple road. It's where our souls love to go. Following our own 2 feet, going places that we love to be, and walk in the direction that supports you and me. You and me. Let's all walk down the simple road. It's where our souls love to go. Following our own 2 feet, going places that we love to be, and walk in the direction that supports you and me.
Anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting, because when protection matters most, Line Exit. Go to linex.com to find a store near you.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Getting closer and closer to the halfway point in our fishing day today. The guys started good and early, about 6:30 local time, New York time, here in the Finger Lakes, Cayuga Lake specifically. The Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite. This is second day action. Got to get it down to 35 anglers at the end of the day today. Take a look at our Dick's Sporting Goods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race, and there's Florida's Drew Cook, #1 rookie so far during the course of this season, with a good lead over Lee Livesey, but certainly can't say he's closed it out yet by any means. Patrick Walters, Luke Palmer, Garrett Paquette, Greg DePalma having another good tournament here. And I enjoyed watching Greg last week. Some great rookies. I mean, the field gets stronger every year. It's a good year to be a rookie. There's a lot more in the way of prize considerations for whoever wants to win that. Let's take a look at Patrick Walters, man who, as we say, led for the first part of this season.
Had a good day yesterday to get back in the game, no doubt.
He cashed a bunch of those $500 checks for leading after each event.
Two nice northern largemouth for Lee Livesey. He's irrepressible, hard to keep him down. Drew Cook had a great start to the day yesterday. He finishes well.
We got to watch him quite a bit yesterday.
Also won
good day.
Yeah, won the side tournament too.
He won the side tournament. At one point had 11 pickerel in a row.
Dubious honor, to be sure.
Considered winning?
Yeah. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Take a look at our 6 we have a camera with all day long today. And up in the most popular area, the most populous area in terms of fishermen too. Northern end of Cayuga Lake, where it's much shallower.
Doesn't surprise me to see 3 of our live anglers right in that one area. Looks like the wind's starting to pick up just a little. I think should help things for Chris Zaldain. Much slower morning this morning than yesterday. Yesterday, by this time, he had I think probably all of his weight. Much slower for him, but I think the wind will help him a lot.
Supposed to get some cloud cover moving in for the back half of the day as well. So some of the guys who didn't think they prospered well with the flat, sunny conditions might do better this afternoon. David Mullins probably got no complaints today, doing very well. Like Scott Canterbury, he's caught just under 20 pounds.
Really impressed with David Mullins having the morning that he had with the virtually no clouds earlier this morning and also no wind. That's not what you particularly want when you're throwing a crankbait, but he was still able to. Unofficially it says 1911, but it's all over 20 pounds, give or take a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That's another great day for David Mullins.
Cranking him up and catching a good one on a worm as well. So he's around him.
Going a little Tennessee River on these northern strain.
Zaldain's hooked up.
Oh gosh, big smallie. Stay on there, big smallmouth. Oh, we're back on the St. Lawrence River. Big smallie. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Golly, that's a big smallie. Oh, don't. Can't get away from these smallmouth, man. These deep largemouth have been coming right to the boat, but this one's gonna give me. Golly, stay on there. Stay on there, big smallie. Can't rush them.
Just mentioned he said that slower morning. This will certainly help him a lot right here. Yeah, with 4 fish in the live well right now.
About 5.5 pounds back of the leader.
Stop digging. Stop.
Back on the river.
Stop digging. Come on, baby. I need you. I need you, Brownie. Come on. No. Yeah. Stay on there, girl. Stay on there. Oh, stay on there. Big smallmouth, dude. Stop changing. Yeah. Oh, stay. Please stay. Come here. No, come here. No. Oh, please stop. Come here. Oh, stop it. Yes. Ah, brownie points. Brownie points. Yeah.
Beautiful fish.
Big old brown one.
Mm-hmm.
Trocar Neko hook. Got her. That's a nice one. I'll call it 3 pounds. It's a big smallie. Yes.
Call it 3 pounds. I guess you can call it anything you like. It's definitely over 3 pounds.
He was fed up pretty good. He's been not missing meals.
You gotta get rid of those too. Those are freaking giants right there. God, that's a big one. It's been a while since I looked at that one. Oh my goodness. Yes. That's a big one. And another big one. Okay.
Just beautiful.
Yeah, baby. Mm-hmm. Yes. Brown one in the boat.
Chris Zaldain making his limit up right there. And as he mentioned, he's got 2 little ones in there too, so he's got plenty of room to make that 5-fish limit look a lot bigger and weigh a lot more.
So whenever you come to the north, all black plastics just work. I don't know what it is. The water's crystal clear. And you always read about in the Bassmaster magazine growing up, the dirtier the water, the darker the bait. This is crystal clear water. You can see down 12, 15 feet, but for whatever reason, they just like that all black silhouette. Not black and blue, not black blue flake, but all black. The morning wasn't as swift and fast and furious as I hoped. So we're just kind of piecing the day together. I know some guys are probably catching them real good in the grass consistently, but man, like Hackney did to us, I took third and Faircloth took second right in here. And Hackney beat us by just onesie-twosie, one here, one there. And you just keep yourself in big fish areas, and that's going to be my mindset for the rest of the week. We got some areas down the lake where I just want one cast deals, and if you get a bite, it's going to be a 4+ pounder. So I think we're going to get into that. We're 10:15. We're out of the morning feeding period. We're well out of the morning feeding period.
Jeff Gustafson right across there from Chris. Box, been about an hour since he's had his last keeper, last upgrade.
Caught most of his weight yesterday morning, but he left the areas that he had a lot of confidence in, looking for new areas. Which
Good to go?
Explain it. Here we go with some bonus colors.
Yeah, been a lot better morning than was yesterday. Just bad decisions, I had one of the best practice days I've ever had, Monday and Tuesday. Giants under docks. Eating my big glide bait with no hooks on. Could have had 25 pounds a day each day for practice. And then, I tried to find this kind of stuff. And I just didn't really find it. I didn't put enough time in. Had a couple little spots. And, of course, yesterday, overcast conditions totally changed the shallow water deal. There's one. Got him. Stay on, baby. Stay on. Stay on, baby. Come on, big one. Be a big one. It's a pike. Oh. First one I've caught all morning. There is millions of these in the lake, unfortunately. But it's the first one I've caught today. Let it go. That sucks when they eat a jig like that. Good jig bite. So yeah, I pushed it too hard yesterday, didn't adjust. Come down here late, and I caught 3 for almost 11 pounds in like 30 minutes. I didn't have a fish at 3. I was doing at 3:40. just a real nightmare. But I kept myself in the hunt with those 3, and now I'm trying to catch 22 plus pounds to get inside the cut. And I've stayed out here. I'm just getting 1 bite every probably 20 or 30 minutes, but it's of a 3 to 4 pound class fish each time. I need two 5 plus pound fish now to try and get inside that 30 cut. And we've got sun. I'm going to stay out here a little bit longer, and then I'm going to go and do my glide bait deal and try and get it to happen, because today's the perfect day. I'm just going to wait for them to hopefully set up, and I'm going to go and hit them. So another 40 minutes or so out here, maybe try and cull a couple of those smaller ones, and I need a big day like you wouldn't believe.
Bonus coverage on our Rapala Live Watch with Carl Gustafson right there. Certainly a much better day than he did on day 1, Davey.
Said he had a great practice, 25 pounds a day on the first 2 days of practice, and just the conditions changed for him yesterday. At least he's back on track today.
Yeah.
Got a couple of 4.5 pounders in his 19.5 pound bag.
Needs a couple of 5s, he thinks, in order to make that 35th or better.
You got 3.5 pounders. Got full house.
Said he was just waiting for him to set up, and he's going to go back and try the glide bait. If he gets 25, he's back in this thing. He can make the cut. I think he's right. He's going to need at least 22. He's got a good start, but he's going to need to have a day like Chris Zaldain had yesterday to get back in there and have a chance to fish till Sunday.
Chris Zaldain just jumped over Seth Fighter into 4th place. Fighter caught a 4.5 pounder. It's up to 18.25 today.
So far around the top of the leaderboard, holding serve, Scott Canterbury, David Mullins, Jeff Gustafson. Chris Zaldain also staying in the top 5. Seth Fighter moving back up. Jamie Hartman moving into the top 6. And Brandon Lester.
From 29th to
7th
6th.
place.
Good day for Brandon today. Well, you're starting to see these anglers tighten up. That's Chad Pipkin's camera there on David Mullins' boat. And all morning we've been with Scott Canterbury, and he's had several boats around him.
Blow, baby, blow.
We got some south wind stirring.
Dang. Come on, fish. What a good bite to get back on track here.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. You know, when you go fishing on a beautiful day on a good fishery, you're going to have other fishermen out there.
Yeah.
And Scott Canterbury's been kind of relaxing, trying to rest his spot, and this is not working out real good at the moment.
That's not a relaxing sight probably for a guy trying to win a bass tournament on a very specific spot. Not a huge spot out here in Cayuga Lake, but you're right, Davey. I mean, you can't keep the fishermen away from the lake on a day like today.
No, you're not going to.
Tomorrow's probably going to be a little bit worse, you'd think.
It probably will, but that's honestly throughout my career, and I'm sure a lot of these guys, there's days. I mean, everyone loves great weather, but the windy days, the rainy days, the days that aren't quite as pleasant, you don't have as many other local anglers out on the water on those type days. Extremely slow day for Steve Kennedy.
Yeah, his key boat dock did not pay off early. Thought maybe there'd be another chance at that a little later on today. The sun got a little higher, but now the clouds are starting to move in, so requires some adjustment all day long for these anglers.
John Cruz just jumped into 8th place. About a 16-pound bag today, and that's what he had yesterday in 33rd place, 16-11.
Ronnie, you got a prediction for the cut weight? 35th place yesterday. It was up there more than what most people predicted, but
it would have been like 33 and a half, or so. With 16.10, you double that. I think it'll be 32 flat. I think it'll be 32 flat.
Go down a pound or so.
Yeah, I think
agree.
Yeah, I think it'll be 32 flat.
I think it'll fall off a little bit. You see these anglers, they're sharing locations, no doubt about it. Most of them are. Chad Pipkins is hooked up.
Smaller one, it looks like.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. That's a good one.
Well, not bad. Maybe not a smaller one. They'll fool you.
Come here, buckwheat. Oh, we got you. That just tells you I think maybe they're suspended a little. Like he brought it in when I got it off that dang clump. So, but, man, you got it good. A little better.
Going along as planned. He said this morning things are slow, but he thought that as the day progressed that those fish would set up on those isolated clumps that he's fishing, and he's certainly doing better here in this last hour.
I've yet to hear anybody say in this tournament, my fish left, they're gone. They're not gone away. Everyone seems to have faith in the fact that they're there. Yeah. And it's just locating them, getting them when they're ready to bite, just timing,
keeping
those sorts of things.
Another angler from catching them.
Yeah,
for you.
some of that.
Well, these guys are good, and the electronics, the equipment is the best it's ever been. Very seldom are you going to find a group of fish that other anglers don't find.
Oh, yeah.
Even on a lake, 40 plus miles long, 300 feet deep. These guys are good, and they use the best equipment. And
thank you.
Those fish can swim, but they can't hide.
Mm.
And we mentioned it yesterday. Here's our prime example. Steve Kennedy up there fishing boat docks from 1 to 10 feet, probably for the most part, but definitely can fish up there in super shallow water. David Mullins fishing that mid-range depth, and Chris Zaldain fishing deeper than almost anyone that I've talked to this week. So on out there in 30 to 40 feet of water. So a lot of different approaches. And all three of these were very successful yesterday.
As we mentioned, if you've been with us since the start this morning, definitely got a treat. We started out by taking about 40 minutes to recap all the catches that had happened before we came on the air because they were so good, and I guess, Davey, that's going to be it for today.
That's got to be it today. Look at the sun was just barely coming up over the horizon, and Chris Zaldain started this morning just where he left off, and that's why he has to be our first Power Pole replay of the day.
That is it. He's just part of an onslaught that took place this morning to make up our most memorable moments of today so far.
Chris Zaldain, we saw him yesterday with that big sack, and he got started good this morning. But hey, we're going to split it up a little bit because Gutsy had a big day yesterday also. Same deal, started off very, very strong. David Mullen had the first limit, I think, this morning on the crankbait.
Yes. Yeah.
He told me last night that, man, that first hour or so is just so critical on this lake. But here's the guy sitting on top of the leaderboard and top of AOY for much of yesterday and today. Scott Canterbury with a great start this morning. A couple 4-pounders, maybe even a 5-pounder there. There's a group power pole replay of the day.
Yeah. Beautiful shots from the area here, and that morning bite was our power pole replay of the day. It certainly was magnificent, just like this scene here from, that might be the Watkins Glen State Park. We've seen some pictures like that, which is down at the bottom of Seneca Lake. Here, and Scott Canterbury, you see, with the lead. David Mullins took the first lead today. Gustafson hanging in there. Chris Zaldain, and we got some new anglers joining the top 10. We'll be back with more when we return.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Let's go. Wake the streets up.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Or maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
this reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket. Abu Garcia for life.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprayed seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it.
Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be somebody. Get action.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Day number 2, we got the full field out there today. Take a look at our updated leaderboard. The top hasn't updated much, hasn't had to. Scott Canterbury and David Mullins in a pretty close to a tie. Up there, Jeff Gustafson hanging in third place throughout most of today. Chris Zaldain had fallen out of the top 5. He is back in there right now. Seth Bider had fallen out of the top 6 to start this day. He is up in the top 6. Brandon Lester, a big move up. Chad Pipkins hanging in there. Jamie Hartman moving up the board too. John Cruz has joined, as has Jason Williamson, and that's what your top 10 looks like as we get closer and closer to the actual halfway point in the fishing on this day. What a beautiful place, man. It's just a gorgeous place and gorgeous weather today. You can't say enough about this spot in the Finger Lakes region.
Please
take a look at David Mullins while we were away.
He's having a good day.
It ain't running to the top, so I don't think it's a bass. I think it's a big old pike. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, it's a big bass. It's a good one. We're going to work on this bite. I don't even think he's going to help. Anything. Will he help?
Yeah, he's ready.
I hope he'll help.
That was during the break. David Mullins.
When you see David Mullins get the crankbait going, look out.
Oh my gosh.
He's one of the best there is, no doubt about it. Very good crankbait fisherman.
Whether it's a shallow one at Lanier or it's a deep one at Cayuga.
What year was that he did so well at Lanier cranking? Oh, this year.
This year.
Yeah. Back in Nam earlier this year.
Yeah, he's a Tennessee cranking specialist for sure. He fits the profile and it's the good results when he gets it going.
How much we got now? 20 and a half?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's, speaking of Lanier, Chris Zaldain was obviously right in the mix. I think he led and was second going at that final day. And Gussie was right in the thick. He was the first day leader.
Well, yeah, by a long shot.
And then
had
David
a terrible
Mullins
fall off the second day for Gussie. That was
Paul Mueller's in 10th after day one, and he was the winner of that event.
And where have we been any more similar with Clearwater?
Shoot, Steve Kennedy was one on camera day 2. Now that I'm remembering
That's
it, we
right.
had Kennedy
You're
on
right.
day 2. So,
Come off. Did you say that?
Lanier, part 2.
Snapped it out of it and eat it.
And they were all fishing differently at Lanier, but doing well, and they're all fishing differently here. It's incredible.
Weather's a little nicer than it was at Lanier. It was pretty
yes.
rainy and drizzly there. Cold. And
Good turn
a lot of
those
those mornings, but yeah.
Big spotted bass.
Just to aggravate everybody a little more, it's besides being beautiful as it is there with the puffy clouds and the sunshine, it's 72 degrees. So, man.
Mullins did call with that fish. It was a 4-pounder. He's up to 20.5 pounds. Virtual tie with Canterbury at 42 pounds, 9 ounces each.
Wow.
Top 5 starting to pull away a little bit from 6th on down. Seth Fighter in 5th place. Zaldain's hooked up. Hasn't caught a lot of fish, but he's had good quality today. See if this will help him.
He's got 2 little ones, a 1 1/4 and a one just over 2.
That's gonna help at all. We gotta go south. I'm gonna fin clip some of these fish. That's get you swimming right side up. There we go. All right, we gotta go south and do work. There's 2 giants.
Chris saying, seems like we heard him just threaten to move south a little bit on us here.
It's really no different from yesterday. I mean, I'm still grinding it out. The only difference is obviously today I've got the sunshine and I'm able to expand on some of the stuff that I found in practice because I can actually see my targets a little bit better once I get onto them. But I mean, this morning started out really slow. I started out this morning throwing moving baits just like I had in the past, and that didn't do anything for me. I kind of fished that for about an hour and a half. I lost one decent fish, but that was the only bite I had. So I went ahead and went out deep for a little while this morning, and that was like it was like 25 clowns trying to get out of a Volkswagen Beetle where I was fishing. So I decided that probably wasn't going to do what I needed it to do. And I really just got one big area that I've caught the majority of my bigger fish out of. And I haven't been able to actually fish it under calm or sunny conditions and see exactly what all's here. So this, about 10 o'clock, I guess, I made a move. 9:30, I made a move, and it immediately paid off. I was able to expand off of that area, and I'm fishing it just like I did yesterday. The only difference is, the weather is putting them around the vegetation that I'm fishing better, and I was able to gain some confidence. We caught a couple of decent fish, and then a small keeper, and I've kind of just expanded on it, and I honestly just got pretty lucky and caught a 4.5 or 5 pounder, which is obviously helping. So I've called 2 or 3 times, and there's still, golly, it's just 10:45, so there's a lot left in the day. I'm hoping another one of those 4.5, 5 pounders or 2 shows up. And it's just one of those things, I've actually visually seen some of these fish swimming around. Now those aren't the ones that I'm catching, but so I know they're here. I just have to keep fishing, just keep grinding on it. Hopefully.
Chad Morgan-Taylor, bonus coverage right there. We spent a lot of time with Chad yesterday. As a matter of fact, he's liking the sunshine versus what he had yesterday, which is a much more overcast condition. He caught him, got his limit, just didn't ever have the size show up for him yesterday.
It was perfect time. Finally caught one. We have win.
He didn't, and you see it certainly was mostly cloudy yesterday for most of the day, but unfortunately, as he's saying, the sun is helping him today. It looks like it's clouding up in a hurry there where he's at. But he has made a move. Got away from some of those boats, he said, on that upper end, and got a little area to himself that he's been able to expand on today.
Right there. Yeah, baby. Them changed the game.
That was a little later in the day, and certainly buoyed his spirits just a little bit there. Chad Morgan-Taylor currently sitting 14th place. Looking good to make the cut at this point.
Sure is. Good move today. Mentioned that he had one between 4 and 5 pounds. It certainly helps.
Bill Lowen. We have a Bill Lowen sighting, 4 3/4 pounder. Then he added another one to get his limit from Oblivion to 25th. Had a slow first day, about 52nd place there.
You got any kids? Married?
Bill was our second place person Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year points before we started yesterday. Lost a little ground in that battle. But battling back, it sounds like.
It sure is.
Uh-oh. We're getting closer. Did it. Come on, fish. Let's go. Right here.
Saw Steve Kennedy fishing boat docks primarily this morning, but he, in the last hour or so, he's just fishing straight bank on that lower end. Just probably some mixed in vegetation there, but fishing real shallow. It's like only a few feet deep.
Watch Gary Klaus fish really shallow. Some lily pads yesterday. Got some results out of that.
Just don't break. Good solid day for him.
By and large, they're staying a little bit deeper most of them.
Come on, Betsy. The pickerel are waking up. Shouldn't be too far behind them. There's like a perfect edge right here, and then just up ahead is where it gets clumpy. And that's usually where Piggly Wiggly plays. Come on, let's get up in there.
Getting some great coverage today from one end of this lake to the other. Always thankful for that.
Heard Chad Pipkins mention that it's a straight edge right in there where he's at, but up ahead a little bit clumpy, and he's talking about the
Almost
outside edge of the
belly.
grass. There's places where you have basically a hard line, a deeper hard line, and then there's places with clumps. And it's, as you see, the different anglers approaching it with different baits, they're also targeting. Some anglers are looking for basically holes in the grass. Some are looking for those isolated clumps. Some on those hard edges. A few rock. I mean, just a different tactic for a lot of these anglers where they're where they've had luck catching these fish. And it's interesting talking to each and every one of them at night what their different approaches.
How different that they can be.
And doing well all at the same time.
Yeah.
But you get 40 miles long, a lot of different things are going on. It's not just one. All the bass aren't doing exactly the same thing in the same depth or the same cover. There's a lot less pickerel being caught today than yesterday,
Yes,
no doubt about it.
That's a cloud cover. Maybe that's a cloud cover thing. I don't know.
Or the fear of God that the elites put into them yesterday. They told their friends.
Great average size. What was it running? Like 3.6, 3.7, something like that? The average bass weighed in yesterday?
Yeah, it was 3.6. Wow. It was teetering almost 3.7, but
that's awesome.
Yeah.
This far north. Well, that's good anywhere, but
oh yeah, that would play at Lake Lanier, Hartwell, Linear Bay, any place we've been just about. A couple of exceptions.
I raised two over there by the dock. And then yesterday I caught them somewhere out here. I caught one and had another come up. So I know there's another fish here. I guess there was one boat that fished by it. It's possible they caught him. He caught it.
That might be her. Tell me you're on the outside edge. No, just grass. Did you get it that time? I don't know what we got yet. A bit like a bass. Be a bass. Ooh, a nice one. There we go. Come on, girl. Yeah, I thought he was bigger than that, but hey. Fish are fish right now. Come here, buddy. There we go. It was in the meat market, just had to wait in line a little while, I guess. But a little up right here. I think it was blue. Old baby blue. See ya. Unfortunately, we don't have a scale today because I decided not to work. But I think I got two that are better in here. Let me just make sure. It's definitely better. Definitely better. Yeah, I would say so. I definitely got. I think these are definitely the small ones here. This is probably her. Yeah, I'd say orange. Start putting them on the board. We just need that big call. 6'2", get you some of that.
Ready.
I am ready as ready can be. We're moving in the right direction at least. I still think it's going to get better and better. Yeah, like I mentioned, I mean, we fished through some of this stuff this morning and literally never touched a fish for an hour. And now we've caught a couple pickerel, a bass. It's getting ready to go down.
David, oh, he just lost one. David
You can't win today, but I promise you, you can get real far behind and lose. So you just need to.
Took it inside. That's the reason it's fighting so hard.
Like I said before, I just feel like if I keep fishing hard.
Oh, he didn't lose it. It's pickerel.
Wanted to lose it.
Yeah. Good little pike there, eh? Hey.
Chad Pipkins, we were talking about a little bit. He's been on a tear over the last 8 events, counting this one. He's got a 9th, a 62nd, an 8th, 5th, 6th, 9th, 44th, and then he's in the top 5 here.
That's how you make top 20 in points for sure. He's there.
That's including some opens and whatnot. He's literally 9th, 8th, 5th, 6th, 9th, and he was 5th starting the day, I believe.
Fishing good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might not be aware of that and listen to him. It sounds, boy, he
place
sure
for that
sounds
bag.
overly optimistic. He's got something to back it up. He's got results to back it up.
Every time I stand up, I forget to move it.
Boy, did he get some big ones at Lake Fork.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Eventually we'll hit a stretch and 2
Unbelievable.
clumps will be like, doom.
He had those giant bags of Lake Fork, broke his personal best there with that 8 and change, and then turned around the next week and went to Lake Chickamauga for the Open and caught a 9 something and had like 30 pounds and ended up getting a top 12 there.
Wow.
We're back kind of where we started, where I literally never touched a fish. And now I've hit, like, I would say 2 or 3 of the right kind of clumps where I've been catching them. And caught a couple pickerel and caught a decent bass off one. So, like, I still feel like it's getting ready to happen. I may not have a bite the rest of the day, but I'll take my chances doing what we're doing. They should start setting up. This sun should get them even tighter to these clumps. They just need to turn on and start eating, and they're starting to now. I'm pretty sure I felt that one pick it up and drop it and pick it up. So it's like, it's close to happening. I've only had one big bite, and it bit it on the fall. It was all mush, and it was a good one, but doing the right stuff. So, like this one's playing with it too, and you just don't know if they're gonna be pike. They're biting so weird, that's gotta be a pike. But you just never can tell. Like, that thing's nibbling, it's gotta be a little pike. Bit like a perch. No, see, they're little bass. They're not in the right mood yet. That fish was pecking at it like crazy. And finally he's like, well, I'll eat it for you. I'm telling you.
All right, well, we've got first half of this day pretty much knocked out. Scott Canterbury, as yesterday, has got most of his fishing knocked out for the day. He's sort of going to let it ride and go on while everyone else strives out there. David Mullen's been striving better than all of the rest of the anglers out there. Close, pretty much, well, yeah, actually tied with Scott Canterbury. But again, we got all 75 out there, and you only make it to tomorrow if you're in the top 35. Kobe Krieger, Steve Kennedy, who was among our top 6 to start the day. Look at him, just a brutally slow day. One small fish in the live well all morning long. But we have seen him turn around a day recently, at just the last event, that was nothing all morning, into a good, productive day. So we'll see if that can happen. Clark Wendland got to hang in there. David Fritz, Virgin making the cut there. Chris Groh. So all got to keep pace, keep serve through the rest of this morning here, and the rest of the afternoon, I should say.
The weather's changing. Some clouds coming in, the wind picking up. I think the fishing will be better in the next few hours than it has been in the last 2. Obviously, the first 2 was lights out this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Zaldain, Scott Canterbury, David Mullins, Gutsy.
2 of the right ones.
A lot of these guys had 16, 17 pounds in the first hour this morning.
We're going to take our 1 hour break in just a moment or so. Facebook Live, though, coming up 11:40 a.m. Eastern Time. Ron and Such keeping you posted, and
Brownie
also
points.
a good way to keep up with what's going on out there. The live mix goes on all the way through our 1 hour break. We will come back.
Be interesting to see if Scott Canterbury just keeps protecting this one area. I wouldn't blame him if he did.
It's a chess game out there for sure on that one. We'll have that and more for you when we see you in another hour. Facebook Live coming up in just a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is trust, and it's just so much easier to break down a body of water when you put 3 heads together, and we're honest with each other, you know, from the get-go. And the name of the game is just try to figure something out. And this week, Mullins figured the deal out, to be honest with you. And about the second day of practice, he pulled up to us and kind of told us what he was doing. And, you know, they caught him better than I did yesterday. I had the B.A.S.S to have about 19 pounds and just jumped 2 off. And then the conditions changed today, and I don't know if it's not working or just not working for me as good. I mean, I've caught 3 of my good fish doing that, but I feel like I'm having to resort to something else. But yeah, we try to work together the best we can. We all root for each other. I mean, that's what you got to have when you're working together. Well, where I'm from, it's mostly hydrilla. This is mill full. It's a little bit, it's not matted up, which we would rather have. I guess they mow this grass or something, and in Florida they spray it, and it just kills it completely. Seems like this grass is still here. It's not dead. It's just up under the surface. What you would get in Florida, or in, like Lake Seminole area. They still use it the same. You're just fishing for, like today, if it's windy, you can't see the grass. Okay, thank you.
I gotta troll ahead. There's just like a dead stretch right here that I just haven't caught him in. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, there's grass, but it's just not clean, maybe. Like I catch them back there or over here. I say that I'm be trolling 80 and one's gonna go bing. Yeah, he can do that. I can't. Like, I got to throw out targets and move around. He did that at Gunnersville.
It's a good one, though. Yeah. I was just going to show you, like, what I'm looking at here. Is, you know, back in the day, we had to go down a grass line. And, you know, if you had GPS, you just kind of mark where you get a bite. And I just had another bite right there. You just kind of marked where you got a bite, and, you know, you didn't know exactly what it looked like. But now with live scope, like, I can tell a lot of times where I'm going to get bit. It looks like I'm just throwing out here on the grass line, but each time I'm looking at that trolling motor, looking at that live scope, and I'm actually picking out targets to throw at. And right there, it's pretty slick, but there's a little patch of grass that's about 3 foot off the bottom, and that grass is in 13 feet. and I just caught 2 in a row off that one patch. So it may look like we're just throwing at everything, but each time it's no different than like flipping a brush pile or something. I'm throwing at an object every time, and that's the good thing about live scope, so you know what you're casting at. So that's been the biggest key for me so far. And hopefully it continues. That work? Suckers hit it 3 times. Must have been a pickerel.
What they were wondering, does it mean you'll be running the top circle of guys this year, competing against these guys?
Now what now?
How's it been for you competing against these other top guys, kind of always with the same over the year?
I mean, really, fishing hasn't changed. I'm still fishing as hard as anything, so it don't make you, fish don't know who's fishing for them, so nothing's changed. It's been fun. Not a lot of new people, still some that I see, I don't even know who they are. So it's been different, but like I said, for me, nothing's changed. I'm still fishing hard and doing the best I can, and trying to one day maybe win one of these deals. But it's been a fun year. Been laid back, and hopefully we can continue rolling.
Hey, David.
Sir?
This is the guy that will come in on top of us and don't like it.
What?
This guy right here will come in on top of us and don't like it. Like, I'm talking boat to boat. We've already had that problem today.
With him?
Yeah.
That's a helper. Oh, come on, baby. Nice. We needed that. It's been a while. Good little upgrade. Three and 3/4. Number 1. Okay. Everybody's happy. Let's get another one. Two more of those. Patrick, you guys been catching them today? No, how about you? I got 3 good ones and 2 2-pounders, so I'm picking away, but slow. There's another good one. Go hours without a bite, and then, oh, it's a big one. We need this girl. Oh. Nice. Not as big as I thought, but it looked like it when it came up to jump there. It was huge, but that's a solid one. We'll take it. Three and a half. Okay.
Mommy bass, dun 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 dun. Mommy bass. Come on, fish. One big bite an hour. We'll be dancing our way with another cameraman tomorrow. We'll do Jake part 2. That's right. Come on. Don't be scared. I can't believe we can't get a bite there. They are being stubborn.
Like 8, and not one of them was over 2.5. Or one was like close to 3 maybe, but no, not like those ones.
Yeah, it's a crankbait bite. We're online. We're out in the same area that we fished yesterday, most of the day. I mean, I'm happy. The morning went really good. I've got a little over 20, so I've just been flipping now a big weight around and catching pike more than anything.
caught a few bass lately, but catching a lot of pike. And they eat the same thing that bass do, so you know that there's bass in here with them. I'm just hitting some of the thicker clumps that I've got marked. You know, I went around practice, especially the last day once I figured out something. Went around with the trolling motor on like 100, just covering as much water as I could in this area, finding the thickest clump I could find with the Lowrance. I even did some idling back and forth with the side imaging, but just fishing those thickest clumps is all I'm doing, just trying to concentrate.
Can't tell. He's a good one though, you know. I don't even know if he'll help. It's gonna take like a forward help. I didn't think he was that hot. I didn't think he was that hot. That was a sloppy landing, but we got him. How about that one? What's it got to be? 380?
Yeah, 3.
I don't think he's going to do it. 377, I think, our smallest one. Ooh. It says 372. We'll try him out anyway.
I've marked a whole bunch more grass clumps even today while I've been out just fishing. I've marked several clumps. Today. Stetson may have just caught one. Yep.
If day one was a testament to how good Cayuga is, Cayuga Lake is a great destination for bass fishing. Here we are.
Lord, that loud. Not exactly my skipping jig. That big skirt does not skip. Flip. Me. Bite. The line was up against that pole. I assume it's zebra mussels. Yeah, just chewed the line up. Did I not get to the bottom? All of that for a good bite, and I broke it off on a hook set. Did the same thing yesterday too. Can you see that? See what it did to my line. So yeah, he picked it up. I assume he went around the pole. Not getting enough bites to do that.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to throw the Cinco because it's so slow. I feel like I can cover so much more water with this. And I still feel like I got a chance at a big bag. Big and bulky.
It's the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Bassmaster Live, and we are back for our 3 hours of fishing to take you all the way to weigh-in time here. The Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, Union Springs, New York, and this is day number 2, means we got 75 anglers out there all day long. Only 35 will advance to day number 3, and day number 3, we will cut it down to 10 when all the fishing is done. Right now we've got some changes on the leaderboard, a few. Some folks moving in, some folks moving out, some folks moving up, folks moving down as always. And we will spot it all for you right now with the Toyota Midday Report. Start with Steve Kennedy. Had a great day yesterday. One of our first anglers to reach 20 pounds yesterday. It took him a while to reach fish number 1 today, and it's been kind of slim pickings even then.
It certainly has. He had a good day yesterday, but been very slow for him today. High skies, bright sunshine, and no wind. I heard him several times this morning asking for that wind to start blowing. It did pick up right before we went to our midday break, but still a little slow for Steve Kennedy. Catching his fish yesterday on a mop-style jig.
Chad Pipkins out there today had a little bit of a slow start, but a great day yesterday for Chad Pipkins and a great season for Chad Pipkins, you have to say that.
Chad Pipkins, another one of those that had a slow start this morning, but very confident that things would pick up as the day progressed, and it was picking up for him in a big way right when we went to break. So Chad Pipkins hoping to get that target weight. Caught about 30 or 35 bass yesterday, had 2 5s, 4 3/4, a 4 1/2, but said I had to go through a lot of fish. he's not one of those anglers that only has a spot or two that's really paid off for him like some of the other anglers that are catching him. He's rotated and hopped around a lot and caught a lot of fish yesterday. So looking for more good things from Chad Pipkins this afternoon.
Has a lot of confidence in his places and thinks he can win it with a numbers game. And that's what we saw last week with Micah Frazier in the St. Lawrence River. Definitely numbers helping him out, the arithmetic working in his favor. Chris Zaldain got our day off to a bang, Davey Hyde.
He did. Yesterday with that big stringer leading day one at Cayuga. Today started off the exact same way as yesterday morning. 2 big ones in the boat early. You can tell the sun just barely coming over the horizon. And he catches these 2 really nice largemouth bass. Really, probably in the first 5 or 10 casts of the morning. This is certainly the way you want to start. And they were not just hitting at it. They were certainly hitting. You can see that swim bait. It's an underspin all the way down in that fish's throat. Then a little bit later, he was switching up with some different baits. You can see slick, calm, high skies, and it made it slower for him after those first 2 fish. He put some small ones in the boat, mixing up with a drop shot and Nico rig, several different things. A little later on, he caught another, just keepers, getting a limit in the boat. Like I said, the conditions for that underspin not nearly as good as yesterday when we had clouds all day long.
It got it. Zaldain had a great stringer yesterday, started this day in first place, and his credit has been able to hang there in the top 4 throughout this entire day.
That fish right there was number 5 for him, and it certainly helped him a lot, put him back up into 4th place. He's right there where he needs to be in contention going into the cut day.
Another angler with a great day yesterday, Canada's Jeff Gustafson.
Nice.
22 pounds plus yesterday, and he had a good start to this morning as well.
Jeff, another one of those anglers that just fished 2 or 3 spots yesterday and laid off of his fish. He had a great start yesterday morning, had the 20 pounds by about 8 o'clock, 8:30, something like that. So not quite as fast for him this morning, but he got off to a good start, but it slowed down for him after those first 2 quality fish. But currently he's in 3rd place, 42 pounds. That's a good 2-day total with several hours to fish for these anglers. And doing a lot of looking around, changing up with these baits. You see the very calm conditions mid-morning this morning slowed things down for a lot of these anglers.
Yesterday was cloud covered all day long, dark skies all day, and today, at least the morning part of the day, morning half of the day was a very, very different story. Of course, as you would think, it helps some folks and other folks perceive it as not being a help.
Yeah, you see Gutsy switching up with a spinning rod in his hand. Yesterday he caught most of his fish on a football head jig and a few on a crankbait. This morning with the conditions changing, he had to mix it up a little bit and mix in a drop shot and shaky head, that sort of thing. Currently in 3rd place with 42 pounds, 3 ounces. Here you see him catch another good fish, the wind picking up just a little bit, and he goes back to the football headed jig. That's more like the conditions for that bigger jig.
Well, this one happened while we were away there, Gustafson. Good keeper there. Got a good cull out of that one. So he got busy a little bit during the last hour of fishing here, so maybe things are picking up definitely after a bit of a lull for Jeff Gustafson.
Looked like when it came up to jump there, it was huge.
Either way, having a fantastic tournament.
It's a solid one.
A day and a half into this thing.
Certainly is. He likes to fish offshore. This tournament sets up to his style. He loves to fish those isolated targets offshore.
Well, the man for the tournament so far has been Scott Canterbury.
Well, he's been leading about everything that you can lead other than Rookie of the Year. He's certainly not a rookie. Scott Canterbury, one of the best fishermen in the country, no doubt about it. Making actually the best fisherman in the country right now with making all the right decisions. That's certainly part of the total package when you're making all those right decisions. Last week he was in the hunt to be leading that tournament every single day. He was in the top 5 all week long. We were with him and took over the lead for Toyota Angler of the Year last week, and he's certainly holding on to it good here today. 20 pounds this morning and just started just kind of hanging out, protecting his area.
Yeah, didn't want to beat him up as bad as they could be beaten up. David Mullins, the man, another guy off to a great start this morning, doing something different.
Yeah, David Mullins, everyone knows, loves to throw a big crankbait, and he is doing just that here this week. Had a good bag yesterday. He said the first 2 hours were very, very important, but he thought his day was extended yesterday because of all the clouds. And today, as you notice, very few clouds in the morning and mid-morning, no wind, but David Mullins was able to continue catching these fish on a crankbait, which is a little unusual. I thought it'd get tough on him, and talking to David last night, he thought it might get tough after the first hour or two looking at the forecast, but it did not. He kept catching these fish and upgrading half a pound or so at a time. Caught the one fish here that you see on a big worm, but all the rest of the fish we've seen him catch on live have been on that crankbait. That's a real nice fish there, about a 5-pounder.
David Mullins has found himself on some quality for sure here on Cayuga Lake, and this place will hold out for him. He will be a tough guy to beat during the course of this tournament. 2 more days left of after today, though.
These top anglers have really got it figured out. It's not often that you talk to so many fishermen, 8 or 10 fishermen that really are dialed in and they're doing what they feel comfortable doing. Seth Fighter being one of them that we haven't talked about until just now today in this afternoon session. But he feels very comfortable doing what he's doing. And all of those top 5, I've talked to every one of them, all of them feel like they got a great chance to win this event, and that's a good thing.
You look at the bottom 5 of our top 10 there, and we see Stetson Blaylock having moved up on the course of today, Brandon Lester, Otter Shryock as well. A great really a diversion, as we should say, a largemouth last week at the St. Lawrence River, which didn't completely let him down, and certainly
had a good finish.
Yes, absolutely. Having a good tournament here. That's 2 in a row for Hunter Shryock. Humminbird Lay of the Lake. Let's take you out to western New York. We're about an hour from Syracuse and an hour from Rochester, New York, about 2 hours east of Buffalo. The Finger Lakes District, you see them all laying out there, these glacial lakes. This one we're looking at, Cayuga Lake, about 40 miles long, 1.5 mile average width of the lake. Big patch of water here and a lot of vegetation and boat docks, all sorts of things, and just a great resource. The water quality is so good, the vegetation is so important to these anglers.
It certainly is, and looking at Lake Ontario just to the north, it makes this lake look small, but it's far from that, about 42, 43 miles long, I think, running basically north-south, and on this upper end, the northern end, you see a few more of our anglers that we have cameras on today. 4 of the 6 are concentrated on this upper end. It's shallower water. As you go down to that lower end where we saw Steve Kennedy, I think it's about 400, 450 feet maximum depth of the lake down there on that end. Isn't that right, Suits? Something like that?
435 is what they have on their website.
That's the number you were looking for.
435. That's some deep water, about a mile wide, 43 miles, average 43 miles long, and then, like I said, the maximum depth 435 feet deep. Average depth 180.
Wow,
that's incredible.
It's impressive. Zaldain told us today he'd be fishing a little bit deeper than most of these anglers.
Another 2 or 3 minutes here, then we're gone.
Still got according to Bass Track, 1.25 pounds to fish in the boats. Love to get rid of that. Certainly make a huge difference in his overall weight, which is just under 16 pounds right now.
Exactly right. He has to get rid of that one. Here we go.
Damn, boy. Gosh, stay on there. Get out of that pipe. Stay out of that. No, stay out of that pipe. Shoot. No, stay out of it. It's a big one. Stay out of that pipe. Stay out. Stay out. Come on. Come on. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of that pipe. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get out of that pipe. No, 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 no. 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 Huge pipe down there. Stay out of that pipe.
This is live.
Stay. Yeah, baby. Yes.
Just what you going for, Tommy.
It's worth the run down here, baby. Gosh.
Dude.
Structure fishing, man. When the grass sucks on this lake, you go for structure. I've 15, 20 miles down here for that fish right there. And that just made my day. Oh, yes. Watch this call.
Yeah.
Gosh, I knew that fish was there, man. When you have a feeling, you go for it. Yes. Back in the game. No. Yeah.
That gets you back in the game.
Yes. Mwah, love you. All right, let's go back up. We'll get one more coal. That's a 4-pounder. Yeah.
Probably 2.5 pound cull. He's
We'll
got
go
a
up north and
2-pounder.
get one more coal, and it'll be a good day. Heck yeah, dude. Yes. It's worth the run, man. Worth the run down here. God, I broke one off. I know that other one was a big one, too. Whew. Gotta keep them out of that stuff. Yes. That's huge right there, dude. That is huge.
Can't say it any better than that. That
Just
is
went
huge.
from falling out to back in it. Oh, Joel, my line is so frayed right now. Look at that. Oh, it's super frayed. That's why you run Seaguar Tatsu, man. Golly, it's a structure down there in 30 feet of water, cement structure with a bunch of zebra mussels on there. I just caught that over 4-pounder. And this 10-pound test Seaguar Tatsu is absolutely obliterated all the way up here, just 3 or 4 feet up. But it held on, man. Yes. Huge coal. It's a 3-pound coal right there. Almost 3-pound coal. All right, let's go back up, and now that the wind's blowing, we'll get back on that swim bait program. And strong.
Ended strong yesterday with 24.5 and looking in that direction a lot more right now. Chris Zaldain, who did a lot of homework on the bait fish, obviously he did a little homework on the structure situation on the bottom of the lake there. I've not heard of that pipe yet, but obviously it's a real deal. And there's our new standings right now, and with that fish, that giant cull right there, Chris Zaldain moving right up behind. David Mullins ahead of Scott Canterbury in second place, just one off the lead where he started the day.
Yeah, that's those top 3. Even you could go to 4th possibly, but too close to call, just ounces apart. It is. Those top couple are kind of separating themselves just a little bit from. You get out of the top 6 or 7, it falls off quite a bit. It's been a little slower today than yesterday, but just like we heard Chris Zaldain mention, the wind's starting to blow now. I think you'll see some people catching fish like Chad Pickens.
Something big, maybe.
Just moments ago.
Stay down. What do we got here? Nice one. Stay on, stay on. Nice one. Coming back to you. I'm going to keep him going one way. He's got one hook in him. Gosh, don't do it. Don't do it, girl. That's a better one. Don't do it. Easy. Come here. Gosh. Rod's tangled. Relax. Bad fish landing. Don't want a hook in the hand. Come here. Come on. Relax. Relax. You're going to hurt your hand. Thank you, Lord. Best. Worst fish landing. Oh, yeah. The good news is we got new Trocar Pro V dirty treble hooks that aren't letting go. Woo! That's a little better. Boom!
One of the nicer ones we've seen him land.
Yes, absolutely. That may be his biggest ones.
God, my arm is killing me. I'm definitely getting old. I moved my arm last night, and it just started to hurt, and now my right shoulder hurts. I'm like an old. I don't know what I'm like.
Help when you got that 7-pounder on the end.
That doesn't feel good though. Actually hurts to lift. It's a good one though.
Dealing with a shoulder injury all season long.
I think he made it. Today's his birthday or yesterday?
Today's his birthday.
I think that's why he was
August
referencing
23rd.
getting old. Well, he's mid-30s.
Yeah.
Broken
Bless his heart.
Yeah.
He'd broken
Poor
his
guy.
left collarbone. It was healing up at the Classic.
Oh, so this was a different collarbone.
You overuse the other arm, and that's the result of overuse.
Well, it wasn't a new personal best, but he claimed to be a new personal worst for fish landing right there. So,
was he telling himself or the fish to relax?
Come on.
A little both, I think.
Good question. wind is picking up. The cloud cover is getting a little more prominent as we go through the day into the afternoon here.
They're down there. I just want to follow right up right there. Gonna get them to eat.
There's one. Maybe.
Steve Kennedy still down on that lower end fishing boat docks and that shallower vegetation between them.
See the depth that Jeff Gustafson is looking at.
Bill Lowen's trying to make up some ground he lost in the AOY. He came in 17 points behind Canterbury.
If you feel it, it happens. Sometimes.
He fell to 52nd after yesterday, and with a couple 4 3/4 pound fish, he's up to 18th today.
Good move for him.
He'll get back in the right direction for sure.
Come on, girls. Come join the party.
Kennedy gone.
Still got 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Top 6 to outside the cut line right now, so he needs to engineer some of the stuff like he got going on the last half of the day in St. Lawrence River.
On the 3rd and the 4th day, I think he was
exactly
basically fishless at this time of the day and ended up having good stringer, so he needs to do that again here today.
Boy, he had fallen to last place on the final day, and then it landed like a 4+, and it's like, okay.
That was fun. I'd like to do that
went
again.
all the way up to 6th. I think he finished 6th.
I really would.
Kept catching big ones.
That fish was nice and calm the whole time until I got to the boat, and it was like, I think I'm gonna freak out now.
Yeah, right.
He literally just walked around the boat nice and easy.
Yeah.
Then he's like, oh, you trying to touch me? Yeah, ain't gonna happen. No, thank you. There's a bunch of fish suspended right here.
More wind than we've seen so far in this tournament picking up there now.
We're getting all of the 8 mile an hour we were promised today, I'd say.
Crank down to the next point. Seems to be the deal, about 1 per stop if you catch one. That works, we just got to make enough stops. Come on, pig. Piggly wiggly. God, I can see them suspended. They bite.
Drew Cook trying to get back in that AOY race. His 3rd 4-pounder of the day is up to 6th place, 19 pounds on the day.
Wow, that wind has certainly helped him. When we went to break, he had very little.
Yeah, he's
got 19
on the radar.
Good job, Drew Cook.
Got 3 4-pounders in that
Come
mix
on,
since
stay on there, beat her.
10:50.
A lot of time with Drew yesterday, basically doing what we've seen David Mullins do yesterday.
Or the pickerel. I'm getting them confused today.
He didn't say his name, but he mentioned that one of his roommates had really clued him in, and I'm
release.
We assumed yesterday it was David Mullins. Now looking at what David Mullins is doing, I feel confident that's one that helped him out a little bit. I'd say a little bit, a lot, if he only had 2 bites the second day of practice.
Wasn't so bad, was it? Huh? I like it. No poop, no hooks in the hand, no hospital trips. That was a win. Those guys down south are gonna get a little rough today. A little different. Come on, big girl.
They're just getting to the point where they gotta start eating.
Just saw Chris Zaldain catch a really good keeper for a very dynamic upgrade, I'll say, and on a piece of structure a little far away from where he started, and he says he's going to go back and try to get a little bit of a swim bait, I think, bite going, did he not?
Yes, he did, and I agree. The wind should help that. That's after the sun got up this morning and it slick calm, he was not able to get any of those fish to bite, but this should help that a lot.
Keep cranking. We'll stop at each point.
Right there's number 4, Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year point, Stetson Blaylock out there. Has climbed up, made some good moves today. Currently in 7th place in our tournament. A little ways behind our leader, David Mullins.
Having a good day today. Yesterday started us off with about a 6-pounder, wasn't it? Early yesterday morning. It was a big one.
Yeah, very big. Yeah. Keeps improving his spot. We'll have a camera with him all day tomorrow if he can crack into that.
Down to 35.
Well, yeah, 10. Actually, we'll have 10 cameras out there tomorrow. So if he can just hold what he's got, we'll be on Stetson tomorrow. Certainly enjoyed watching him win Ya Bay and Lake Hartwell before that. Two great back-to-back tournaments.
He sure did. He sure did.
Get his season going.
Was a first and a second.
Yeah.
Back-to-back events. Can't ask for any better than that.
Benton, Arkansas.
Right here, come on.
Out there most of the day in the general area of Scott Canterbury, whom we have had a camera with all day.
That should be it right there.
Yep, they both started in that area yesterday morning, and it's yielded 20-pound bags for Canterbury both days, and Stetson not far from that, probably get to that 20-pound mark before check-in time, I would think. That's when you start wondering how many fish a place can keep yielding and replenish. 80 pounds if Stetson's able to get that 20-pound mark, which I wouldn't bet against it. 80 pounds of fish weighed in 2 days off of a very small little area.
Yeah, even a place that's some say is a good one for replenishing. That's a lot of pressure.
Absolutely.
That's a lot.
Yeah. That's the ones they weighed in, not just the ones that they called to go along with it. Probably another 50 or 60 pounds.
Or the ones from non-wrapped boats that were
we saw
a good one
some
out
good
there.
ones.
Yeah, right off Scott Canterbury's starboard side, as it were.
Let's go.
David Mullen's going to make a little move here. Back to Gussie, Jeff Gustafson.
Like another 50 yards has kind of been the sweet spot along here. Seen a few marks, but not a whole lot.
Come here, buddy.
Last cast here.
Kennedy back on his boat docks now, trying to get something going. He showed us one this morning, said was jam-packed with them yesterday.
Yes, said it. 10 bass under one boat dock there yesterday and didn't see anything when he got there this morning.
Gathering cloud cover, but not likely to help that situation.
Yeah, that's what I'm
theory.
He needs to catch some to stay in the cut for tomorrow, but these changing conditions normally are not what you want to help the dock fishing. The more wind and more clouds is not usually your combination that you want for fishing these boat docks.
Second place, Chris Zaldain live.
One thing that I never liked when you're fishing close to vertically, you know, he's just making pitches with that bait. When the boat starts slapping those waves and you're in a real clear water situation over top of those fish, I don't think it's a good combination. Looks like he's maybe fishing a little farther away from the boat now than he was earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Want wind for this underspin and the swim bait like he's been using yesterday and this morning, but it's got to be just the right amount of wind.
Yeah,
not too much.
No, not where you're
too little.
Not where you sound like a calamity on top of the water.
All right, Jake, let's roll.
He's having a time on that inner tube behind that boat there in the background.
Oof. All right, getting more and more urgent to be in that top 35 before this day is over. We won't know the real story until we get to weigh-in time, which is coming up at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Chris
It's worth
Zaldain
the run down here, baby.
may have pretty well solidified his spot.
He did with
Definitely in the top 35 and probably in the top 10 as well.
This is a big, big day, cut day for the top 35, next to the last regular season event. So making that top 50 AOY tournament is very, very critical for some of these guys on that cut line.
Opportunity to fish another day could be gigantic in an effort like that, and that's essential. You have plans on going to the 50th Geico Bassmaster Classic. David Mullen's on top right now. Did good work during our break lunch. We just saw the great work done by Chris Zaldain, a super cull that he was able to pull off. We'll have more to come when we return.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga is brought to you by Minn Kota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Toyota.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner. Work truck. Motorcycle.
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh, here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bed liner and Line-X it.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New Advanced Mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Or maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir. Nope.
There he is.
Oh, I got him.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent field. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original powerbait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there. It's a resource that has guided you. From it all, you've learned, you've applied, and you've become a Bassmaster.
He is your champion, ladies and
Dream
gentlemen!
big. Join B.A.S.S.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
You're watching the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Union Springs, New York, our fantastic host city. Look at that. Look at that. What a place. What a place for a summertime getaway. The Finger Lakes, and for many, many people, especially in the Northeast, this is a great destination. Another destination that's important to these anglers, though, is Bassmaster Rookie of the Year. The new ones for this year on the Elite Series. And Drew Cook, we spent a lot of time with Drew yesterday. Added a little more points to his position right there ahead of Lee Livesey, who's come up from a little far behind, and Patrick Walters has dropped a little bit. Luke Palmer of Oklahoma. We're headed to Oklahoma for our final regular season event here at Paquette. Brandon Palmer, Mike Huff, Tyler Vett, Derek Hudnall and Brad Watley round out our top 10.
Dick's Sporting Goods going to pay $10,000 to the winner of Rookie of the Year this
great
season.
Year to be a good rookie. You want to win that race, that is for sure. Great geography, stone canyons and so forth in this area, wineries, and just old traditional type farms with old barns and such. It's a very picturesque place. Beautiful. Here in Western New York.
140 streams run into Lake Cayuga Lake.
We talked about our Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year leader. You'll have bonus coverage of Drew right there. See if he's doing some of what he was doing yesterday.
Drew Cook with a good day yesterday. We saw him a lot.
He was liking that Dick's Sporting Goods $10,000 bonus for being Rookie of the Year. He was thinking it might be $110,000, and still can be if he wins Angler of the Year and Rookie of the Year. He would take care of both of those, and he had said that was the goal. Just win Angler of the Year. You don't have to worry about.
No, you sure
taking care
don't.
of Rookie of the
You
Year.
probably a shoe in for Rookie of the Year if you win AOI.
That's right. Real hard to repeat that title, though.
Yes, yes, the most difficult one. Only we don't have a two-time winner of Rookie of the Year.
There's never been.
Never
Never
been
been.
a two-time.
Never been.
We've got some good Rookie of the Years. If you win Rookie of the Year, it's a pretty good measuring stick for your career. Guys like Steve Kennedy, Drew Benton, they've won Rookie of the Year. Jake Whitaker.
Well, anyways, Drew
Brandon
Cook, whom we
Clark.
just visited there, having a terrific day. He's
Right now he's
somewhere north
looking
of 19 pounds.
Yeah, he's looking to make about 14 AOI points. And another one, Bill Lowen has his third fish over 4 3/4 pounds. He's up to 19 on the day in 12th place. He was started the day in 52nd.
Yesterday made him mad, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Big move from Bill Lowen.
He still got a 2-pounder in there and a 211. Fortunes change here.
It was, it had grabbed it and run toward the boat around the grass. And when I set, all I did was cut the grass.
Right before we came back from lunch, Steve Kennedy had lost one. Got his line across some zebra mussel patch there. Had one break off.
On Bass Track, if you look at the Phoenix Boats Big Bass, Chris Zaldain's 5.5. Bill Lowen has 3 entries of the top 10 today.
Wow.
Saving his chances to be in the talk for the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Looked like he had dropped out of the equation yesterday, but he's certainly right back in it after a good day today.
Meanwhile, in 35th place, as it stands right now, is Ray Hanselman, who went top 10 on us last week. St. Lawrence River, great turn for him up there.
Crickets chirping now. Yeah.
Brian Snowden right behind him, and Micah Frazier behind him.
Speeding time.
In 38th place.
Boy, I just look at the Phoenix Boats Big Bass. Seth Fider just knocked out one of Bill Lowen's with a 5.5 pounder. He's up to 20 pounds, 12 ounces today. Jumped into 5th place.
Told his wife to buy that plane ticket while the discount was still going. Called her on Monday, said buy a plane ticket. Be here on Sunday to watch me win, and that 5-pounder goes a long way for him.
He's 115 out of the lead.
I haven't heard the word discount plane ticket in a long time.
No, that's kind of oxymoron.
My husband's leading a tournament, bass fishing tournament. No discount.
I don't think that flies, Such.
Give it a shot.
4 bites and 1 caught fish.
Don't ask, you don't get, right?
That's been my whole season.
Has it?
It has. It's been brutal. Absolutely brutal.
It has been brutal for Steve Kennedy today, but this wind and these clouds, there's going to be some big fish caught. Last week he was able to pull it off in the afternoon 2 different times. He needs to do it today. There's going to be some moving and shaking between now and weigh-in, no doubt about it. Fish like to bite when that high pressure moves out.
Well, you mentioned it, Davey. Talking about big things, quite possibly getting a little more frequent here in this afternoon period, and I understand maybe some big things happening with Jeff Gustafson. Take a look out on the water. He's hooked up.
Oh gosh. Oh, that's a big one.
Ooh.
Come on, baby. Yes. Oh,
that'll help.
Not the best hug there, or grab, but oh, that's a big one. Yes. Oh, that's a good stop. First cast.
5-pounder or close to it, isn't it?
Oh my gosh.
Just needed a little wind to rile them up. That is a 5-pounder. Getting rid of a 3 1/4.
Moving back into the lead.
Boom.
Almost a 2-pound total, 1.75 pounds.
That is a big one.
Yeah, boom is right. That is huge in the grand scheme of things right there. Great day yesterday for Jeff Gustafson, and now well up above 20 pounds today. And leaning on that jig just about all day long, Davey.
He has. Yesterday he said that's how he caught most of his fish, on that football-headed jig, and a few on a crankbait. We've seen him throw the crankbait a little bit. I don't know if we've seen him catch one on a crankbait today, but he said he caught a few on it yesterday, but most of his fish on that football jig.
Yeah, look at that result right there. A pound ahead now with David Mullins. Chris Zaldain in 3rd, and Scott Canterbury was leading for the longest time today, down in 4th place.
Seth Fighter in 5th. That's all within less than 2 pounds, 1st through 5th place. And we found out last week, 2 pounds is no lead. Heck, it was what, 410 Micah Frazier came back from on the final day.
Yeah.
So
6th place is 4 pounds back.
Got both our points leaders in the top 6 there. This is talent is on display out there for sure.
Back with Gussie, he had just moved, and that was his first cast, a 5-pounder. So might see another fish or two here. See fish get grouped up on these isolated spots.
They have about 2 hours now of fishing left to go.
Feeling pretty good. I got 4 good ones and a 3 1/2. So if I can get rid of that one, I'll be happy camper. But I got a good bag. Should still be in the mix, and it's grinding out here. You know, I'm not catching a lot of fish, but every once in a while I get one of those big ones. So it's I feel like I'm doing the right thing. I wish I had a few more spots. I'm kind of rotating through 4 or 5 places, and hopefully I can find one more big one here and just get as much as I can today and stay in the hunt. But I just caught a 5-pounder, so that was huge. That called a 3 1/4 and big upgrade.
Some of the highlights.
Wasn't
from
the prettiest
action.
landing job, but made it in.
Our 3 Canadian anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series this year.
I got that thing. I pulled up here. First cast, I caught it. I've made about 20 more since then, but got to be another buddy hanging out with that thing. But the wind's blowing now. Maybe it'll help.
Definitely a different rhythm this week. We catch a fish last week, and a landing job takes about 2.5, 3 minutes. Here it takes about 12 seconds usually. The typical bass.
They were using a lot of light line, but those smallmouth, they're obviously a different breed. They just keep on and on fighting. $6 and 8 pound test versus 15 and 17 pound test changes things a little also, but all smallmouth are big fighters, but I really think those St. Lawrence River, you talked about it a little bit last week, that current, and they live in their whole lives, they just
they muscle up.
Muscle up.
We have had 4 different leaders during the course of today. If you're just joining with us, hey, welcome to you. Happy Friday, TGIF for sure. Busy weekend across the country, right? A lot of families wrapping up vacations. I was listening to New York radio this morning, and I wasn't aware. In New York, they don't start back to school till after Labor Day.
Oh, really?
Tuesday after Labor Day, yeah.
I think Michigan's like that as well, public schools.
They've been at it for more than a week here.
My younger son, Peyton, started his teaching career this past Monday.
Oh, they started in South Carolina last Monday, okay.
Just I need an update from you on what you're going to do the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's 12:50, so it's 10 to 1. Man, the day's going by slow, and that's what I like, man. I've been all day yesterday and today I've just been fishing comfortably. I've got maybe 6 to 8 spots. I'm just kind of rotating through, and I'm doing it calmly, and just, I'm just looking for one bite on a spot, or I'll hit 3 or 4 spots, and if I get just one bite, I mean, they're all going to be good ones. So, again, the only spot where I just catch, 2-pounders or whatever is just this grass patch back behind me. But I still have the mindset where I could throw that underspin, that swim bait, especially with the clouds and the wind kicking up this afternoon. I've got a good chance, and I'm going to run all my deep stuff all the way back to the ramp, and I get 1 or 2 bites on that, we'll have another 24-pound bag. We got 3 big ones, 2 little ones, a 3-pound smallmouth, a couple 4s, maybe one close to 6. So this afternoon, just 2 bites on that swim bait, and we're going to be in business. I got to take advantage of this wind. I don't know what the weather's doing tomorrow, but I like this northwest wind. A little boat wreck here. I caught 2 big ones off it yesterday. I haven't had a bite here today. gonna fish hard at the very end, man. I got 340 check-in. There's one. No. Perch. Clifford perch down there.
Chris talking about fishing in a relaxed way. Usually it would be the absolute opposite of 6 weeks ago when we saw him. The last 15 minutes at Lake Guntersville was about the most frenetic, high-energy fishing sequence I think we've had all year.
He
Racing the clock.
He came real close to getting his first elite victory. And he knew it, and time was running out on him.
All right, let's go move to that spot. There was just an angler on it, but we're gonna make a long cast with that swim bait.
Mullen's hooked up.
Got it going down to the bottom.
Good one, but he's got
some good ones.
Some good ones in live well.
Been on the quality today.
There's a fat one. That's going to help him.
2-3-14, so.
Shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's real fat, like you mentioned. It doesn't look any longer than a couple of those he caught, but look how filled out that fish is. Yeah.
Pre-spawn.
Waiting for us just for fun.
Got the belly. There's a hug.
He weighed that 480 for us earlier.
See that right there? That's why you don't use cull tags anymore. See that hole in its mouth? And these things are so much better for them. That's all you do. There's no penetrating. I think that'll get rid of that one. Black's got to go. Make sure he's bigger than black. A lot bigger than black. Look how fat that sucker is. Whoo! That's a good one though. Got us a little sack.
Yeah, that fish is filled out to the max.
Oh yeah, couldn't hold much more.
Very similar to the one we saw Seth Fighter catch yesterday, the way it's built. They put him back over the top of Gussie, or virtual tie.
He's weighed most of his fish.
See how fat that thing was?
He's got it. I mean, he's got to be like upper 22, 23, just because of the way they weighed yesterday. I mean, they're all real good.
There you go. It helped me keep that nose down while I get back up there. What's that?
How you feeling? How you doing?
That's good to call. I come out here and close to 30 feet. Made a little change. I come in here yesterday about the same time, caught a good one, and just now caught another good one. So we got a good bag. I mean, I'm not going to hit anything the rest of the day other than this spot that I'm going to fish the rest of the tournament. So we'll have some more time to practice, and our job is kind of done for the day because it's going to take a 5 to call, and there just ain't a whole lot of them. But we're still going to keep at it, hit some outside of some good areas, see if we can find anything else, and go from there.
Fishing a little deeper this afternoon has paid off.
If not, I might kill you. Yep. I don't want to hit you this and knock you out.
No, you don't want to be. That looked close enough right there, didn't it?
That was close enough. I'm glad he thought about the cameraman before he made that cast. He's got a bigger plug on than he did earlier, and bigger plugs would be not so good.
No, we kind of
took one in the head.
Make for a little bit of a knot on the old head.
He's had a good day. I'm still amazed at how well he was able to keep catching those fish when it was slick calm mid-morning this morning. High sun, no clouds. You expect to see him catching them early, and then when you have these conditions, but fighters caught him well doing what he was doing, but I thought he would make up a lot of ground on people that were throwing moving baits when we got those slick conditions. But David Mullins has certainly held his own, and then some.
Just told us he's going to take his foot off the gas, relatively speaking, for a while now, till the day is done, which Scott Canterbury's been doing for several hours now.
Yes, he has.
There's no need to lean on him. You might need these 3 or 4 pounders later. Gustafson hooked up.
Doesn't feel huge, but my favorite.
From Lake of the Woods, he's got to be used to catching a few of those.
Oh, my word, yeah.
Bombs away. Straight downrange, downwind.
Live in a 2-box.
Okay.
Hooked up again.
Bass.
Wow.
Usually when they're that close together.
Yeah, maybe not.
They're pickerel.
They're pickerel.
No. Ah. Another one of those things. Jeez.
Give it 15, 20 minutes, come back, and there could be a big giant one that pulls up to it.
Unreal. Well, I marked some fish there earlier, and I hadn't caught one here yet, so maybe that's why. It's because they're those things.
There's the rock.
They mentioned a northwest wind a little bit ago. Isn't that wind out of the south?
Whew, that felt good.
It's hard to tell. The sun's straight up overhead. It's hard for me to figure out which direction we're looking from one moment to another. We'll get it figured out, though. We'll get some TH Marine weather info for you a little bit later. Hey, the info we're looking at right now, David, it's a Power Pole replay of the day.
You know that tune, Tommy Sanders. Power Pole replay of the day has to go at this point to our leader, Gussie.
Yes.
Jeff Gustafson. He
I'm out doing Seth's hug from yesterday.
had the lead a little earlier in the day, and then things slowed down when the wind picked up. He made a move, and just recently this move right here, a 5-pound largemouth that he called about a 3 1/4, helped him a 1 3/4. It certainly put him back in the lead with 44 pounds, 3 ounces unofficially.
There's another good one.
Gussie, you have to be our Power Pole replay of the day. Football jig.
Not as big as I
Isolated
thought. Looked like it when it came
cover
up to
and
jump
structure.
there. It was huge.
Certainly the way that he likes to fish.
Oh gosh.
Johnston brothers
That's a big one.
like to fish shallower in general than Gussie. He likes to fish offshore, and you can certainly see he's right in his element here today.
That's the one that put him on top right there. The most recent big one caught by Jeff Gustafson.
Bug there, or grab, but that's a big one.
Beautiful.
He's around him. Mullins is around him. Chris Zaldain's proved he was around him. If Zaldain could get his get a swim bait thing going and get one of those 5-pounders like he said he needs, then well, we're going to have 3 hosses at the top of the leaderboard. That is for sure.
Got a good update on one of the anglers with no marshal today that we will want to hear. I'll wait till we get back from commercial. Talk about the update.
All right, look forward to that and so much more. We got plenty of fishing left in Lake Cayuga.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake is being brought to you live by Yamaha.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.A.S.S SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
Let's go. Wake the streets up. Wake the streets up. Come on.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
The amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
You can fish it fast, you can fish it slow. It's the key bait to catch them once you find them.
It imitates everything those bass are keyed in on. One of the best tools we have as tournament anglers is something that can cover water. You know, being able to move through unproductive water to find those stretches of productive water is really, really important for us. So something that we can cast and retrieve back to the boat at a pretty steady to quick pace is something that is going to be a great tool for me. And there's really not much better tool out there on the market right now than a bladed jig. This is the Terminator shuttering bait. There is no other vibrating swim jig on the market that moves near the water that this bait does.
You know, there's a lot of different makers, a lot of different styles, but no one ever had one that I felt worked really good in the muddiest of water until I got my hands on these.
That cup design is very, very different. Most bladed jigs have a real thin metal blade. This is actually a plastic material, and having that cup is what makes it a lot different from everything else. It catches the water and actually moves the blade, which makes the whole jig move side to side so much more. That's really important when those bass are feeding heavy. If you look at this thing in the water, you can see that the jig head actually hangs down below the blade. So the blade's working, it's catching the water, but having the jig head set down below it, it's down there kind of doing its own separate thing. So they're working together separately.
And the other thing about it is big fish. I mean, you know, you're fishing for numbers, but at the same time, a lot of times I've caught the biggest fish in my tournament on a bladed jig.
And we've designed this to where it'll handle big fish. It's got a 5/0 custom VMC heavy-duty hook in it, and it's also got really strong components from the snap to the split ring that attaches the blade to the head. Every piece of it is geared towards you catching big fish on. Man, that's a beautiful fish. She ate that shuttering bait right in the corner of the mouth, exactly how you want it.
It's just got a really, really good thump to it, and I can seem to get more bites fishing it slow, like practically dragging it on the bottom, actually.
The great part about this is it's heavy enough that I can make very targeted, low underhand casts. So it's not just an open water chunk and wind bait.
You know, just try to make the most accurate cast you can. And then when you get near the target, I like giving it a little snap here and there. Just seems like the more erratic your retrieve is, especially when you're fishing around visible cover like this.
When we were working on the shuttering bait, I wanted to pick out several different colors that really fit my style of fishing, and we were able to do that. We've got 9 colors in it and 2 sizes, 3/8 and a 1/2 ounce. And dialing these colors in was something that was a lot of fun because we actually have the ability to match the blade to the bait. That's something that with most bladed jigs, you know, you just don't have that ability. With the shuttering bait, we did. We can dye that, or we can make it a matte finish as we did on like some of the black ones to where it doesn't have the flash when we don't want it. And the neat thing about this too as an angler, if you want to customize it, you can take that blade off and put it on one of the other jigs if you so choose. Couple features on the shuttering bait. Number 1 is a trailer keeper. You always fish this bait with some type of a trailer. Having a trailer keeper on there extends the life of that bait, and it makes more of your cast productive because your trailer is going to stay in place where it needs to be. I mean, an all-around great head design. That comes through cover extremely well.
A lot of the other baits that are like this, it's real hard to throw around brush like we're doing, but this one just deflects off everything. You just don't get snagged as often. You go back in there and you just think you can't get a bite. This is one of those baits that'll get you a bite or two.
That unique custom design cup lip catches and moves so much water that the amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Getting on towards it. Weigh-in time coming up at 3 p.m. local time, Western New York time, which is also known as New York time. Jeff Gustafson of Western Ontario, the guy on top of the leaderboard right now, just on catch a really, really nice large northern largemouth bass. David Mullins has been on big ones all day long as well. Chris Zaldain, well, we just saw him through the break there. Could keep our eyes off it, getting that swim bait out, and he thinks that could be the key to getting one more 5-pounder. Started the day with a 5.5-pounder, so he can bookend his day with 2 5-pounders. I think he's going to be in fantastic shape, probably have the lead when it's all said and done. But at this point, it's still Jeff Gustafson holding on to the lead.
Come on, baby.
Yes! You see Gussie here with a 3/4 ounce football jig. Been his #1 weapon yesterday and today. Few fish on a crankbait, but that 3/4 ounce football jig has definitely been the best bait for him the last 2 days. Fishing isolated spots, he described it as yesterday. I think some of them are isolated grass patches, and some of them are actually depressions and little holes in the grass, places that these fish love to use as ambush points.
Chris Zaldain had fallen out of the top 3 and went down the lake a little bit, found a big concrete pipe, piece of structure down there that yielded up one really nice keeper for him. Allowed him to have a good.
All right, let's roll.
Good call. He said that's a game changer for him today, getting that one in the boat.
So, guys, I teased.
Yes. Sorry. Go ahead.
Let's see if Zaldain's hooked up or no. Okay. So, I teased a update on an angler that we don't have Bass Track on today, and that is one Derek Hudnall.
Had the 8-pounder yesterday.
Yeah, the 8-1 yesterday. Had 3 fish for 15, heavy 15, just below that cut line. We saw the chance for him to catch 20 pounds yesterday, easy, if he would have just had 2 keepers. Well, we got an update from his boat that he has 5 today for 17 1/4. That's a 4.5, a 3.5, a 3 1/4, and 2 3s. So he's got all solid ones. A limit, and that puts him in the top 15, around 33 and change for his 2-day total. So he could make the cut, the top 35. He could still be in contention to make the top 10 overall with 8 fish, or possibly only 13 after day 3.
Top 15 on 8 fish is pretty strong, I'd say.
Absolutely.
And granted,
all he needs is another 8-1.
Granted, it's almost like he has 4 fish because on day 1, because that 8 accounts for 2, but. Yes.
But it really doesn't.
He could have weighed in like 6 fish technically yesterday if he would have had 2 more, because that 8-pounder counts as
this is
bonus.
Too much like the weather conversation here, Ronnie.
What's amazing, Ronnie, though,
only had 3, but he really had
limits,
4.
Almost
partly,
top 20.
mostly.
What's amazing, Ronnie, is he was 43rd today to start. He's 14th now. He's going to gain about 30 points in an AOY. He's 52nd outside the AOY championship right now, but only 8 points back.
Big day for him then. Big day.
Hey, it's getting in position to make the AOY championship with several guys is going to be a
Hey, if you're only 2 places out going into the last regular season event, that's doable.
You mentioned it. Another. Oh, go ahead, Tommy.
Oh, I just wanted to mention the TH Marine Weather Watch. We were kind of wondering about the wind direction. It is southeast. We got that confirmed now at 8 miles an hour, at least 8 miles an hour. Some parts of the lake maybe a little more, partly cloudy. 71 degrees. That's your TH Marine Weather Watch.
We've had some beautiful weather the last 2 weeks in upstate New York.
Oh my gosh, couldn't be better.
St. Lawrence River last week.
Heat wave up there, it made it over 80. You know,
yeah,
for those folks in Waddington, that is a heat wave.
We say that jokingly, but it is the truth. Very few houses up there with it. AC.
No, don't need it.
When it's 85, it gets a little warm in some of those homes.
Then there's the nightmare of potential that Steve Kennedy could have. He climbed up to 45th. 2 events ago, he was 67th or 8th in AOI points. He's well within the AOI championship right now, but he could fall back down today, getting near that top 50 cut.
Still showing him with only 1 fish?
Yeah. There he is.
Such, I don't know if you said this or not, but you were talking about Hudnall saving his day. Bill Lowen.
Man.
In the Angler of the Year, his hopes are still going to be alive. He could, with Canterbury only being able to move up 2 spots, Lowen moved up 40 today.
About like the rest of my season. I've, at this point, I've had 5 bites. I just had a bite right there a minute ago that it was huge, but broke me off around the pole. So yeah, I broke 2 off, whiffed on 2, and caught 1. So far not good, but they do appear to be biting. It's just, the fish I'm fishing for is a bite an hour, so I'm running out of time quickly. But anyway, we're gonna keep at it. I'm telling you, that one I just missed, I didn't get to see it, I don't think, but it was a big one. Man.
So Chris Zaldain was very fortunate to have that fish wrapped around. He said it was a pipe that he was fishing around offshore.
Grass out front.
Steve Kennedy not so lucky around the boat dock.
No. Had a very yellow perchy looking lure there in hand.
Sure did.
You'd like to see that one work.
about all I got.
Steve Kennedy mentioned that time's running out. He's got about a 40, 45 minute run from that lower end back to check-in.
Probably the farthest angler away from check-in that we have right now on
there,
the
once in a
75.
while you hit.
Chad Pipkins on the top right. He's throwing a crankbait a little more than I thought he was. This morning with no wind, he was drop shotting a lot, but it looks like when that wind picks up, he'd rather be throwing the crankbait also, along with David Mullins. Drew Cook, I'm sure he's doing that today a lot. We saw him catch a lot of his fish yesterday on a crankbait.
Chad likes to do that. Spent a lot of time doing that. He's a tournament on Lake Fork. Really a boat position awareness guy. He's obsessed with it, and obviously it works.
Yeah, it was a magical spot for him. He had the casting angle figured out.
Come on, baby.
A few more minutes down here. We're going to go get back on the drop shot for a little bit and see if we can catch a big one.
Come on, let's go. Steve Kennedy making a move.
He's already kind of worked himself up the lake a little bit from where he was earlier. Yeah, he's just still far south, but
he was
not
around,
as far.
Yeah, he was around to where Zaldain had ran.
Okay.
20 minutes or so. They were close on the map.
I did some ciphering here. Bill Lone has jumped into 9th place. He got another 3-pounder. He's over 20 pounds in the day.
Really picking up here.
Uh-oh.
Flash case.
I'll tell you, I know it's like a known fact that first half of the day you should always fish deep on Cayuga. Second half you finish shallow. I think I'm being a little stubborn. I'm staying here out deep. This is where I caught a rock bass and a 5 or 6 pounder came up trying to eat the rock bass.
Oh, it's hooked up. So I'm just gonna make one more cast and.
I don't know if it'll help me.
Nice one, but I don't think it will.
Yeah.
Don't think it will.
Anyway, Bill Lone had started the event second in Toyota AOI points.
Hang on just a second. I'll get around there too.
Fell to 66 back with his 52nd position yesterday. Now he's 9th. He's gained about 41 spots.
Oh, cow. What a difference a day makes.
41 points, not spots.
Make your head spin.
Yeah, and Canterbury can only gain 2 points.
That's right.
He was third.
Yeah.
Right now he's lost 1.
Yeah, and so.
But he's holding serve. That's Scott Canterbury, boy. He's very impressive.
He and Carl Jockelson have really saved a lot of points today. I mean, it means a lot to come back on the second day. I was never very good at that. When I started slow, I finished slow.
Is that right? You consistency was your thing.
Yeah.
This bite reminds me of February back at Lake Lanier. Super deep, 35 to 45. And just a finesse swim bait. And this is, well, it's a full half-ounce head. It's an underspin head. It's called Z-Spin by Santone. And it's got a real heavy chin to it. So when you cast it a long ways, that's the key, is super long cast. And with this real light line, 15-pound braided line to a 10-pound Seaguar Tatsu leader, real light line, as it pendulum falls down across that ledge or that point, that's when they bite it. So you just want to slow creep it across the bottom. If you feel a rock, you give it a pop. But as it comes across that drop and it falls down, that's when they eat it. So having that chin heavy design, that's so key. Other swim bait heads out there have pointed noses and it wants to fall on its side, but it's got to fall straight down and pendulum swing down. When you're talking, 30, 35 feet of water, those little differences, I mean, that's, catching 5-pounders or not catching them at all. So what I'm doing here is I've got waypoints down off the tip of that point there. And I'll just go, 50 yards and upwind of it, hit spot lock, and that does all the work for me. And all I got to do is fire downrange, straight downrange, downwind, and slow wind it back. As long as I keep that swim bait in that strike zone, off those ledges, off those points, I'm in business. That north wind has really come on strong. I can feel it on my ankles. I got bare ankles right now, and the air temperature dropped probably 10 degrees. It's cold. So my reasoning behind staying deep is, well, the weather's changing. It doesn't affect the deep fish as much. But no doubt, the morning bite has been unbelievable out deep here. You just got to capitalize. I had 2 opportunities this morning, I think, 2 different fish where I missed them, or they ate it so hard it balled up the swim bait. And I could probably throw this head and this swim bait setup on a bait caster, but I just like really long casts and braided line. Especially fishing 35, 40 feet of water.
Chris, you remember he mentioned the swim bait at Lanier. It almost got him to the finish line first, and then he comes back the very next tournament, the Geico Bassmaster Classic. Last day going into that and pinning all the hopes on that swim bait, and the wind direction. What let him down? Did not let him fish it the way it was intended to be fished, the way he just laid it out.
I'll hit like a just hard bottom, a rock, or just that point of that ledge. I'll just give it a little pop, and it just flutters that blade, and that boom, that's when they get it.
Wind affects everything in fishing, but a swim bait is very important, the wind speed and wind direction.
Problem is, in the afternoons, the bait fish, they wander. I mean, they're no longer on the points and ledges. Let's go ahead and make a move, Jakey.
Zaldain gonna do a reset there a little bit.
Come on, Steve Kennedy, put a couple fish in the boat.
We don't want Steve Kennedy coming in with one fish. That's the last thing we want to see. Got time to fill out his whole limit, that's for sure.
Ought to be one right there. Oh, pull it away from him.
We always like to talk about Steve Kennedy and the swim bait and whatnot because of how often he throws it. He's won elite events on it, but his latest elite win was on this basic pattern, you know, flipping a jig around up at Dardanelle.
Yeah, he's flipping a jig today. I haven't seen him throw a swim bait, but just a little bit.
Well, when you see him on
earlier.
Bass Track yesterday, we're like, oh, he's throwing a swim bait.
Yeah, I thought he was. Yeah.
And then at weigh-in, he's like flipping a jig, and people are like, whoa. And it's like, no, I mean, he's won 100,000. He's done a lot of money doing that.
He'll sneak old mop-style jig in there on you if you don't watch him.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing here.
He could just find a little abandoned sand quarry that nobody else knows about.
Yeah, that's only flooded once every 100 years.
See? It happens.
The Classic, that same year, he
swim jig,
sure had a good chance at it, swimming that jig in that shallow buckbrush. Lost the winning fish.
Conroe.
He really lamented that one.
Well, this group of 75 got a lot of issues to resolve before they get to weigh-in time. That's coming up at 3 Eastern time on Bassmaster.com. Jeff Gustafson. Big moves made by him. Tyler Carrier now the last man in. Brian Snowden has moved from outside to inside the cut. Matt Herron, one of the pre-tournament favorites. A little surprising to see him that far down, but still time to move. We'll see some movement when we come back.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake is being brought to you live by Yamaha.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.A.S.S SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
Mother Nature is my playground. And when I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out, guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Line-X.com today.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at Bassmasterfantasy.com.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
It doesn't matter what you fish, you need the right bait. Berkley Power Bait. Now in 54 proven shapes. From craws and creatures to worms, grubs, swim baits, and more. And 85 sizes. And all are infused with that deadly Power Bait flavor. Fish bite and won't let go. Giving you up to 18 times longer to set the hook. And that means you catch more fish. Yeah, it's time for a bigger tackle box. Berkley. Catch more fish.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Day number 2, all 75, and you know what this day is all about. Make the top 35, and you can fish on through Saturday. At any rate, the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite, Cayuga Lake, Union Springs, New York. Canadian Jeff Gustafson on top. Pulled ahead of David Mullins during the last hour. Chris Zaldain doing very well. Had a key fish caught within the last hour as well. Got Canterbury, who had sat on the lead for a good while this morning, down into 4th place, but still looking solid. Very, very good to remain in that top 10. Seth Fighter also looking solid. You guys falling a little far back once you get past the top 3 or 4.
Yeah, a little gap there between the 5th and 6th with a 4-pound gap, but top 5 with still several hours to fish on day 2, all over 42 pounds. That's very impressive.
Yeah,
there were some predicted weights coming into this that were saying upper 50s, maybe low 60s, and I think that's going to be eclipsed tomorrow mid-morning.
Yeah, we'll top that pretty easily, and you know what a great place. Talking about this place, we have Dave Mercer with us on the line. I think he's ready to go down at the site in Union Springs, New York. And Dave, so beautiful. You look behind you, such a gorgeous scene, perfect temperature. But we have to remember that this is a place that I've just been flipping through a bunch of pictures where it's mostly ice. How long is the effective fishing time for people to fish the Finger Lakes up there? Do you have a notion on that?
You gotta be honest, Tommy. I hate when you ask questions like that because people that live in the north, no matter what I answer, they're gonna be like, "Screw you! We fish always." But realistically, that is one of the natural. Amazing things about these New York lakes, and that's one of the major reasons that they are as good as they are, and that is Mother Nature does its job to protect the lake half the year, and not quite half the year, but you're probably 8-9 months throughout the year. This lake is open, but it is protected a good chunk of the year, and that is what amazes me when I go south. And you see places like Guntersville, amazing fisheries, just like this amazing body of water we're on here this week, but it's amazing to think a Guntersville does that and continues to produce without an off switch. I mean, there is no, retooling week. There is no chance for that lake to recover at all. They get fished the same week after week, and this lake gets a little bit of a break. And I think that is also what you're seeing this year in our kind of northern swing, guys. If you look at, you asked me earlier why guys were saying, these fish are feeling pressured and that sort of stuff. Really, what you can imagine is our lakes have gone through crazy things. And this particular body of water couldn't be more similar to the lake that I live on, Lake Scugog. And I've talked to the locals, and the exact same thing happened here. I mean, early in the year, it took forever to get to summer, basically. And then when summer finally did roll, the temperatures skyrocketed. this lake and the lake that I live on, it was up to 88, 89 degrees, almost 90 degrees, which this water almost never gets to. So this lake is it's weird the way this entire season has been. I mean, I know it's all across the country, but in the north here, our fish are doing weird things. And I think that's one of the things you are seeing with the deeper fish. You're not seeing guys, catching fish after fish after fish, other than, those ones with the teeth. But you're seeing the fish aren't quite grouped up as they normally would be this time of year.
Dave, we've got a leader named Jeff Gustafson. He's one of our 3 Canadian anglers on the tour this year. And of course, we're very familiar with the Johnston brothers. They've appeared quite a bit. Yeah, doing the little Canada dance right there is Dave. The Johnston brothers, we know their skill sets. We know a lot more of the intricacies of their background and how well successful. Give us a little background on Jeff Gustafson, just so we know a lot more about our current leader at this moment in time.
Jeff Gustafson really is as close to a fishing phenom as comes. I mean, literally, there's nobody shocked in Northern Ontario. Really nobody shocked in Ontario, because he's been the name around fishing literally his entire life. He was just like me, one of those weird fishing geeks who really never had a real job. I mean, his goal has been to fish for a living. He's an accomplished writer. He hosts his own television show. He really is. When you looked at new anglers coming into the Elite Series, the way to explain him is he comes with strong pedigree, I guess. He really he has learned from the best. He's really close friends with the Linders and everybody up that end of the world. He is really he's just one of those really good guys. You know what I mean? Like, Jeff, he is literally everybody's best friend. That's the guy he is. I mean, he's just a really nice human being. And it's pretty unique to see him in this position. And if you remember, I think, those Johnston brothers, maybe they motivate him a little bit. Because if you remember the beginning of our season, Chris almost won the first event of the year in the St. John's River, took a second place there. The very next event, Gussie led that on Lanier, and Gussie shows up 7 days later when the entire weight of a country was on Chris Johnston's shoulders at this point last week. Seems like that weight is now solely upon the shoulders of Jeff Gustafson, but it's a weight that he is well ready for. And I know how much what happened at Lanier, really rocked his world. I mean, that's one of the toughest things to take, Davey. You know it. You're a young pro. You get here, just 2 events into your career, and you get the leads, you get the shine, you get the media all around you, and you feel so much pressure. So many people are watching. And to drop the ball on that day, I know it hurt, Gussie. But as I say all the time, I mean, that's what makes tournament fishing so special. It's all those close calls and all those tough things that happen to every one of these anglers along the way that builds them, and that's why you see the emotions when they do put it together. And obviously Gussie's got 2 more days of fishing, but it's exciting times, obviously for the entire Canadian fishing scene.
Dave, anytime we come to a quality fishery like this, and we go on about this, about how great it is to see guys being able to do what they do best, and everybody doing something different, maybe the top 5 guys all doing something different. When you look at what you've seen guys doing today, what seems to you to be the sustainable approach, and what seems to you which way of catching them do you think may not hold up for another 2 days?
I mean, Fighter is scary because he's kind of right there, but the problem with Fighter, I mean, I feel like Fighter's going to catch him like that the whole way through, but the problem is, if he doesn't get a few bigger bites, he'll get outpaced by the field by the time we get to Sunday. But then again, we know anything can happen. As we learned the last 2 Elite Series, you get to Sunday and you can just go and win yourself an Elite Series event. But I think I'm impressed by Gussie. I mean, this is very, very much the way he likes to fish. I mean, you're seeing the difference in these 2 different, class of Canadian anglers. We got the Johnston brothers and Gussie. Gussie, doesn't shine in that shallow largemouth stuff. There's not a lot of that, and he'll explain it to you. I mean, behind-the-scenes story. You know, we always kind of joke around on our Friday night little dinners, and the guys were kind of making fun of Gussie earlier this year because he caught his first fish on a buzzbait. That's right, on a buzzbait. He's on the Bassmaster Early Series, and he's caught 5 now, though, or at least he had at that time. I don't know how many he's caught now, but he, you know, Canada and Ontario is very, very diverse waters, and I didn't realize it growing up, to be honest. You know, you always just think, you know, hey, guys in Oklahoma, they'll be diverse, but then you go there and you realize there's not a lot of grass lakes. They're very diverse. The one thing they don't deal with is you know, tides. That's the one thing they're not used to dealing with. But what you're seeing is guys in their expertise level. You know what I mean? Gussie offshore, you get him graphing and marking those fish, and he becomes very, very tough to beat. And after he overcame this morning, that was a big thing for me. I mean, he got those 2 fish this morning and kind of stalled out like a lot of guys did, and it was all about him hooking up.
Dave, we got David Mullins hooked up right now, speaking of which, and we're going to go right to that because, man, oh man, he was going to lay off of him. What happened to that?
I think he's just expanding on his pattern. I don't think he's fishing anything that he had found in practice or yesterday, because he's going to have to be a 4.5, 5 pounder to cull, probably 4.5. This is a good fish here. It might cull.
Could have a new leader after this. We don't know.
Gussie had been going back and forth this afternoon. Taking his time with it like he thinks it might help him.
Ooh.
Yes. Oh boy, that is a big one.
Ooh. Says he's got a 314.
Oh, a 314. Didn't get a good look at it, but it did look bigger than that, didn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
a little bit.
I don't know if it'll help.
Fat, a little short.
Will it help?
Let's weigh him, David.
He looks fatter now. He's
going to put him on a balance.
He's weighed one for us today, hasn't he?
He did,
I
a
can't
480.
remember red or green. He's not fat. He's not as big as green. Green's like a little grouper, little baby grouper.
See him landing this fish.
Looked really big right there.
It did.
Big old head.
Let's see if he is bigger than
We got
green.
a cull, son.
Yes.
Yes.
Did help him.
We have got a cull.
Has to release the little grouper.
He has to have 23 pounds. I mean,
that's a 4 pounder, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's no way he doesn't have. Depends on how big his biggest is. I mean, he could threaten Zaldain for the biggest bag of the tournament, and that's just because I'm used to seeing these guys just be a pound under. If he's at 23, he could be at 24.
And we'll put the same caveat out there we put out yesterday. We have several anglers without marshals, so not only the
must-see weigh-in.
Yeah, must-see weigh-in. There are some weights we don't know, and the order we see on the board right now may be drastically changed when we get through with that.
Dave's still with us. Dave, are you surprised?
As I was saying, guys.
Looks like Mullins has hooked up again.
As I was saying, David Mullins all the way.
You did say that, Dave.
Big one.
By the way, Dave, we've heard from some of the locals around there, and what you said about wintertime was in fact completely bull. So just confirming that.
I think this another
Thank you.
fish that might no.
Wow. Some of that right there.
Yes, he thinks it is. Put the camera back.
Settle down.
Sorry, Dave Mullins keeps interrupting Dave Mercer with all these big bass.
I was just kidding about
Is he
that.
gonna help us,
He was right on about wintertime fishing.
Yes.
Our smallest would be a 4 even.
Jeez.
Where'd all my markers go? Black. Here's white. It's black. is white. Okay.
Open in that side compartment just for safety reasons in case one would fall off the beam, and have that lid up. See if this one helps him.
This is back to Charlie Rash days back in the early 2000s where I got the net all day. We ain't gonna make no more casts here. Let's bounce.
Wow. Back-to-back casts, real good ones, and the luxury of leaving it.
Well, Dave, you are the luck bringer for David Mullins, that is for sure. And man, oh man, that was a display right there. And you know, yesterday we noticed the guys would say, "I'm going to quit fishing," and they just kept casting and casting.
I mean, David Mullins, as I said from the start of this interview, guys, he is a lock. I mean, you look the way he's fishing, he's leaving his fish. I mean, he is your lock. But I mean, think of how many cool stories are happening here this week. You look at our top 10. I mean, you got Zaldain, who's been so close so many times, and Mullins. I mean, these guys are hardened Elite Series veterans at this point. I mean, they've been on the tour for a long time, and I know they both desperately want that title. Not that Jeff Gustafson doesn't, but I mean, I'm excited. You know, we try to shape the story towards Sunday, and at the halfway point of this tournament, the story is looking pretty exciting.
Absolutely, Dave. And as you look forward to any dark horses out there, someone you're saying to that's maybe back in the pack that could surge into the top 10 by the end of the day tomorrow, that's under the radar?
I have absolutely no idea, Tommy. I'm going to be honest. I usually just talk and come up with a name, but trying to think of someone, I got nothing.
Okay.
So Dave, I just got to ask you about that 8-pound, 1-ounce largemouth that came across the scales yesterday. You know, when we come to a lake that we've been to before, you sort of have expectations, and you know it's a great fishery, and we often see upper 5, maybe a 6-pound largemouth. But what an incredible fish yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was Kobe Krieger had a 6'10", and I said to him, dude, you won big fish. That's what it takes to win here. You mean a heavy 6, you think maybe we'll get a 7, but an 8-1, I mean, I'm no bookworm, but I know you work with a couple of them that can crack stats together. That may be the biggest bass ever caught in Bassmaster competition in New York State. Really, I'm trying to think of a fish, and there may be one that stands out, but I cannot think of a fish that was bigger than 8-1 ever weighed in New York State. And you would think, just right away, if you think an 8-1's coming, Davey, right away you're going to say a giant smallmouth, right? Wrong.
Absolutely incredible fish. I can't think of one, certainly not in the Elite Series, but I guess you could maybe think about the Federation events through the years. It'd be hard to research that.
Champlain comes into play,
right.
Places like that.
But even Champlain.
That would be the only place largemouth-wise in New York that we would have been to that I would even think, and I don't even know what the biggest largemouth coming from Ticonderoga or Missisquoi or something would have been.
Okay. We got two of our best guys on it, Dave, so we'll know the answer to that before too long. Dave Mercer, thank you so much. Great stuff from Dave Mercer. He's going to be leading the way in at 3 o'clock this afternoon, New York time.
Thanks, Dave Mercer.
Excellent. Info from Dave, as always.
Come on, be a big one there with them.
I got to congratulate Jeff Gustafson on getting married during our break.
He got married during the break?
Yeah, well, July 16th, I believe.
Yeah, during
practice.
I thought you meant the last break.
No, he was fishing.
I said, what a busy guy.
Going
Monday,
away in for the
Tuesday, or
honeymoon.
Wednesday, yeah. It was during practice, yeah.
Before St. Lawrence, yes. During ICAST, or after ICAST.
Honey, will you marry me during break? We'll go to the weigh-in stage for our honeymoon.
Yeah, you might be a Canadian redneck if you get married at the weigh-in. Congratulations, Jeff Gustafson. Congratulations on a great tournament, and more so even on new marriage.
I didn't get married during break or go to the weigh-in, but I did go to Palatka on my honeymoons. That's about a South Carolina redneck if you ever saw one. Let's go bass fishing, honey. And somehow I talked her into it.
Well, I bet it was fun.
Steve Kennedy's honeymoon went to Yellowstone for trout, I believe.
I should have asked Mercer before we said that we were on the case. Like, how do we go about researching all these New York events?
Just Google it.
Yeah,
Google. Largest bass caught in a B.A.S.S event.
New York State.
New York State.
That's how I win all those trivia questions.
Quick fingers.
Google.
Yeah.
Well, you think that Derek Hudnall's 8.1 is 3 ounces shy of the state smallmouth record. 8.4. The largemouth record in the state, not tournament, was 1987 Buckhorn Lake, 11.4.
I mean, 2 pounds is a lot, or 3 pounds, but being in the ballpark with a state record, it's certainly got to be one of the largest caught in a tournament.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the state record smallmouth versus the largemouth. I think what'd you say earlier, Such? It was like
11 pounds.
11? Yeah.
4 for the
Well, I can't imagine. What
largemouth.
would you equate an 8-pound New York Northern Strain largemouth to in Florida? Is that like a 13 or
12, 13? Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's got to be a 13. In Arkansas, it's like a 27 pounder. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it's like a dream and somebody wakes you up.
That Buckhorn Lake sounds like a fake name too. Something they made up so you wouldn't go fishing there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I just caught him over there in Buckhorn
Yeah,
Lake.
you know,
right down the road.
Buckhorn Lake, yeah, over there.
You got him?
Trying to see who that is.
Maybe you'll get a big one.
Yesterday, Canterbury was talking to Caleb Sumrall. He was nearby. Sumrall was the guy who was near Canterbury. So I don't know if that was him at his afternoon spot. Maybe come take Caleb stops by.
It's like Canterbury's throwing a crankbait now. We haven't seen him do much of that.
Caleb Sumrall in 22nd place. Looking good, based on what we know. The weights are going out there. Caleb, along with Ed Lofgren and Chris Zaldain, the 3 anglers who had their rod boxes pilfered. They all got a pretty good shot of making, at least based on what we know, of making the cut here. So good on them.
Good way to turn around a bad situation.
Yeah.
A bad day.
I think it was funny, like, has all that happen, goes out and fishes, catches 24.5, gets done weighing in, interviews are done, goes back to the house and meets with the cops. And he took a selfie with the cops yesterday, like an hour after weigh-in, and I'm like, man.
Like it's a big one.
It'd be nice if he got his stuff back for the last day. Wouldn't that be cool? I'm not counting on it.
Knowing how good the industry is at times, I bet when the call was made or it was made aware, companies close to them are probably already shipped and
They're already in a FedEx box at his house.
I would imagine.
What if you gave the officers a rod or reel or anything?
Going back over to David Mullins. Boy, I tell you what, he was catching them so good he had to quit. He had to lay off that spot. I mean, it was multiple big ones for David Mullins to take charge.
It's a good day when you're fishing a Bassmaster Elite tournament. You need to move because you're catching big ones every cast.
Well, speaking of a move, let's talk about our Mercury official move of the day, David Mullins. What a move he has made.
David Mullins caught him good yesterday. Obviously, got a camera with him today. He was in our top 6 in 6th place, I think it was, coming into this morning. Talking to him last night, he said that the first 2 hours are very important to me. I can catch him in the first 2 hours, but it gets tougher on this lake after that early morning bite. Well, he did exactly what he said. He caught him in the first 2 hours, but here you see the sun getting higher and higher with no wind, and he continued to catch him on a crankbait, which really surprised me, and I think it was also a pleasant surprise to David Mullins. You see him here with the only fish we've seen him on camera, but a good one. Caught it on a big worm, cast into isolated cover. He said they're in these isolated spots, and I found a fair amount of them. Hopefully I can find a few more as the tournament progresses, and I think he did just that this afternoon on this spot, because about an hour before we saw him catch back-to-back 4.5 pounders, he said, I'm not fishing anything else the rest of the day that I know. I'm going looking. So not only did he help himself in weight and regain the lead from Gussie, but he also potentially found another spot that could pay off for him the next 2 days. David Mullins with your Mercury move of the day.
Very little in the way of small fish, just quality all day long for David Mullins. And did you see this before this tournament? Did you see it? You see the crankbait playing as big as it has?
It did when we were here this time of year, the first event. I'm surprised, to be honest with you, more people aren't throwing it. David Mullins was here for that event. He certainly hasn't forgotten. He is right at home with a crankbait in his hand.
All right, we'll see how David Mullins can make out the rest of the day. It's certainly put good work in now. Some of the other anglers need to make moves, and we'll be back to check that all out when we return.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake is being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of Bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com. If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S. today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S. cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
It's just crazy. I'm still in shock. It just was meant to be for me this week.
We all have places we go that make us feel most alive. Sometimes it's a destination. Sometimes it's a pursuit. It's difficult to define, but when we're there, we know it. Time slows down. Smiles come easier. And the sense of calm is medicine for the soul. Now we join pro angler and 2017 Bassmaster Classic winner Jordan Lee as he takes us bass fishing in his home state of Alabama. This is his element.
So growing up in Alabama, it's really made me the fisherman I am today. There's a ton of different lakes that offer a different variety of fishing. Lake Guntersville, Smith Lake, you have spotted bass, you have river fishing, you have, piling and impoundment. So that's one of the reasons I feel like it's got me where I'm at today is growing up in Alabama. I started tournament fishing when I was early on in high school, 9th, 10th grade, and I started out of a John boat, a 99 horsepower on a little lake called Lake Atoma and near my hometown in Coleman, Alabama, and that's really where I learned how to, read the water and learn different techniques, and I built off that lake, kind of carried that to Guntersville, where I really got into the tournament scene there. That's really when I knew that, hey, this is something I want to do for a living. In my high school years is when that all went down. College fishing was definitely a big step for me and a big part of why I'm here today. And there was a lot of opportunities that College Bass and that Bassmaster really opened up for the younger generation, and it was something that I took advantage of. And when I won the College Classic bracket, it really opened up a lot of doors for me. And qualifying for the Classic was a dream of mine. It's something that every angler dreams of, is fishing the Bassmaster Classic. And 3 years later, after fishing the Elite Series, and I was fortunate enough to win the Bassmaster Classic in 2017, and that was really the highlight of my career, and that's the highlight of any angler's career. So it's definitely been a dream come true. When I first got hooked on bass fishing, it was to feel that fish on the end of the rod, end of the line, and to feel that pull. And that's something that hadn't gone away from me since the first. I can vividly remember my first encounter with catching 4 and 5 pounders, and when I was 10 years old, and that same feeling is the same feeling I get now, even after fishing professionally. Hooking that fish and finding that fish in the boat is something that will never get old. And the tournament fishing aspect of it is, it brings out the competition. I'm competing against the fish, day in and day out. There's always something to learn, and that's what I love about it. That's why fishing is my element.
Though they are often very different, Each of us shares our own unique connection with the outdoors, a passion that drives us, defines us, and centers us. It's where we're most at home. It's where we're in our element.
Let's go. Wake the streets up. Yeah. Wake the streets up. Come on.
You're watching the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
We're back. The time to fish is dwindling down. We've got an hour or more for these anglers to get the job done. Some of them don't have to check in till after 3 o'clock, a good bit after 3 o'clock. But you can see, Davey, you called it. You said that lead is going to change this afternoon. You said it's unavoidable, and you're absolutely right. David Mullins took over that lead about an hour and change ago, and now we see Jeff Gustafson back on top. They went over the lead at midday and lost it, and now he's back again, and I'm assuming we're going to see exactly how that came about right now. Let's take a look at Jeff Gustafson in action.
Feels a little better, maybe.
Because he's been catching most of his fish yesterday and today.
Oh, yeah.
On a football jig. Oh, that's a big one.
Come on, baby. Yes. Woohoo. Yes. There. We're done.
We're done. 2 words.
Zona's favorite way to end a show.
Mullins just said
might
that
have more
when he
than
took the
yesterday
lead.
now.
So guess he took it back and he's done.
Number 3. I saved it as the wrong one on there, but
Saying Mullins said he was done, and Gustafson said Canterbury was done at 7 o'clock. He might need to start back up.
Yeah, no, that's
8:38 his last fish.
Early return from retirement.
The other side, awesome.
Oh, he's got all good fish in there.
Make sure this is the right one. Wow. Can you believe that? You just keep casting and casting. 5-pounder. Yeah.
Wow. Releasing a 5-pounder, so obviously he has over 25 pounds.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
we'd have to.
Bass track is way off then.
Sweet.
Come on, Such.
Get it.
I'll be honest with you, that fish didn't
got
quite
a big
look
bag.
5 to me, but he weighed it. He weighed it.
Right
I mean,
before
those
our
scales
eyes
aren't
did
going to
he weigh
lie.
it. Yes. Okay. Oh, it may have been that he was saying what he caught was 5. That was.
Gosh, I didn't take it that way. It may have been, but
As we look at this again, I mean, the gold standard is 2016, where this tournament was won with 85 pounds.
we're
on a 90-pound.
Way ahead of that.
Thing on a year that was supposed to be way off and way below.
Shoot, if he has 25 and not 21.15, he would be close to 49 pounds for 2 days. He could be
century mark bound.
Yeah, we could just build this up even more.
Why not?
No,
Sky's the
for
limit
real,
when
though,
we're just talking about blue sky.
with 23.11 yesterday. If he catches 24 pounds today, I mean, he's going to be 96,
All right, well,
on pace for.
I'm going to get off here. Go just fish some new water and try and find another spot for the next day or two.
We just got to ask him what he's got. He's got the total on the scale there. This is killing me in Little Rock, Arkansas.
We ought to be able to fix you up here, Davey. I'm thinking a simple question.
Really good. I'm actually going to fizz this guy.
We'll get down to the bottom of this. Don't you worry.
Either way, he is having a great day. There you see David Fritz, not far from Scott Canterbury.
Yeah. How did you know?
Recognize that sitting in that chair anywhere.
The posture was a giveaway, okay?
Absolutely.
He's been catching some smallmouth today on a Carolina rig. Mr. Fritz has.
Has he gotten going? Yesterday he had a great day. This morning he was
really
slow
did have a
going.
good day yesterday.
4 for 10-12. He's in 27th with 30 pounds or so.
Be one of those sweating the cut at the day's end.
Every tournament is equally important, but with this, the next to the last regular season event, gosh, there's some guys right around that 30 to 40th place. It'll be a big deal if they can squeeze in that cut and have another day to fish to try to gain some more points.
This might be number 5 for Fritz.
And great fun and great excitement today on Cayuga Lakes, just showing out like no one had expected this time around, and we've all enjoyed it. We've been missing our friend Mark Zona at this tournament here. He's got some important business to take care of, a big weekend for him and week as well. But I understand Z is on the phone. Z, can you hear us? Or are you there?
Tommy, I am, and it's boy, I'm not going to lie. You hit the bullseye right there. It's an emotional week up here in Michigan, bringing the kids up to Michigan State, and let's just say that I have been trying to tune in every now and then to an unbelievable event you guys are having, but I am walking on eggshells around the Scorpion woman, Karen, and her emotions, if you don't know what I'm saying.
Okay, well, we understand. That's fully understand. That's only natural, and probably the case with all the families who are experiencing move-in day. And the best to both the boys as they get started on their Spartan journey there. That should be a lot of fun. It's a greatest point of life.
I'm going to be very clear with that. She is one Sarah McLachlan song from melting down.
You do have to stay on those eggshells. Then I understand exactly what you're saying. You got to treat this matter very delicately. These guys are not treating the fish delicately up here at Cayuga Lake. It's very impressive, is it not?
Absolutely unbelievable. Definitely. You know what's weird, and I heard Davey talking about this earlier. It's the same Cayuga, but it's different with the higher water, the later spring, and the lack of really. I think one of the things that transpired there in the past was, a lot of our anglers would fish those potholes, those holes in the grass on the north end. It seems like it's a lot more open this time around. I heard Mercer talking, the fish are a little more scattered. But one thing that Davey hit on a little earlier, and Tommy, you'll remember this. We were in studio, me, Ron, Such, everybody thought going into the final day that the guys on the north end that we're seeing a lot of anglers fishing this time around, there was a heavy south wind that last day, remember?
Right.
And all of those anglers said, we are going to crush them on that final day. And that absolutely did not transpire. You heard a lot of those anglers say, man, it's almost like that cold bottom current water pushed into that north end, and those fish literally shut off completely. And listening to Davey and looking at really Steve Kennedy's day, it's been tough to watch. I don't know if maybe that same phenomenon transpired with the north wind pushing that really deep, cold water down to that south end of the lake today. But it just got me thinking about the last time we were on this lake and really what transpired and what the anglers thought would happen compared to what really happened.
Well, Z, as you look at, and well, I asked this question to Dave Mercer, too. We love these lakes where everybody gets to apparently do what they like to do the most and do the best. Who stands out to you as being the ones who can sustain this torrid pace that they've been on for the last 2 days?
You know, I've really kind of watched three anglers that, you know, a lot of our guys that are in the top 5, they've stopped fishing at 11 or 12 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
So you look at guys like Mullins, obviously. I think Seth I think he's going to be a handful by the end of the tournament, especially with the weather that's going to be setting in. Basically, there's a cold front. There is a cold front from Wisconsin all the way to New York right now. And, you know, I really thought Zaldain was on the right gig. He's in an area that we've seen play in the past. He said he's fishing a little bit deeper than he was in that same area in the past. But the one thing is, he's not getting a lot of numbers. I really look at Mullins, and I'm really looking at Seth, and a little bit, obviously, Gussie. But, man, how many fish can a guy like Canterbury, with the crowd that's around him, we've rarely seen when there's more than one boat throttling an area, and these are not gigantic areas. It's hard to sustain. So my money right now is on Mullins or Seth.
So, Z, I've got to ask you, this being the third event here on Cayuga, it's a great fishery, smallmouth and largemouth, but the weights were very surprising yesterday. A 8-pound, 1-ounce fish weighed in, 14 bags over 20 pounds. And the previous record for an entire event was 16 bags over 20 pounds. So you think it's going to fall off some today, but buddy, it has not fallen off with the top anglers. Some of the ones that struggled a little yesterday are struggling again today. But tell me, does it surprise you how this lake seems to be better and bigger and better fish being caught this time than any time we've been here before? Typically, when you go to a body of water like this, the first appearance is the best. But and that was a good one. But gosh, it's been incredible here.
Davey, one thing I thought about, and I have no information to go off of this at all, but I know right down the road in the last 2 or 3 years, I know gobies got into Oneida. A lot of us heard gobies got into Oneida, and those fish, smallmouth and largemouth, they have started to grow. Look, if they're in Oneida, it happens in those regions where that little dude gets in inland lakes. I've seen it in Michigan. And the one thing I thought when I was watching the footage yesterday, I was watching the footage today, dang it, man, these fish grew. These fish there are more 4 to 5 pounders in that. I mean, this is going to contest with some of our heaviest weights of the entire season. And coming into this tournament, you know, I heard everything you guys heard, and I'm like, dude, it's Cayuga. I mean, it's loaded with 3 to 4 pounders. Those fish are now 4 to 5 pounds, and obviously in an unbelievable amount of them.
Well, judging from who you were saying is going to do well the next couple of days, it sounds like the rich are just going to get richer. The guys who can afford to go and quit what they're doing and expand their area and not have to stay and guard a spot or anything like that are the ones who are going to getting more places to get away from everyone else. Seems like it might be job one for a lot of these guys, right, C?
I think Seth is really, for the most part, except for the first hour of the morning, I think he's completely left alone. And Davey, I heard you talk about it. You know, Seth said, "Man, I'm gonna win that trophy this week." We don't hear, and Seth is generally, he's one of the quieter, doesn't want to talk about his practices. But I spoke to him after the weigh-in yesterday, and he's like, I gotta aim for 21 pounds days 1 and days 2, and then let it fly on 3 and 4. I look for him to put the throttle down tomorrow.
Wow. Tell us what it's like a day on the water with Seth Feider. Everyone wants to know what that's like. It looks like a lot of fun.
I'd rather talk to you about a day off the water with Seth Feider,
okay,
if you know
sure.
what I mean. You know what's interesting about Seth? Seth's a young dude. And granted, he's fishing the way that he cut his teeth at Minnetonka, and you guys know that. We've called him the smallmouth wizard, but he's a milfoil grass flipper. That's what he loves doing. But the one thing that's amazing to me about Seth Feider, he's a tackle tech junkie. He wants to know the correct hook, the correct weight, the correct hue of a soft plastic. And that is good to see, man. We've covered so many guys throughout the last 2 decades that they're perfectionists when it comes to what they tie on the end of their rod, and that's the one thing that sticks out. And by the way, I heard Mercer, you guys were dropping some getting to know Gussie. Seth gave me a little information, and Tommy, they fished the Sturgeon Bay Open together earlier this year. Seth gave me 2 things about Gussie. He said he is the nicest human being he's ever met, and he's a big cat lover. And you know I'm not.
No.
I am an enemy of the cat. So I guess that's the only thing I hold against him.
Okay. All right, I got you. Now, we've talked about Gustafson. We've talked about Mo. Let's talk about Chris Zaldain a little bit. You said moments ago that you thought he's just not on the numbers to get the job done. And of course, as we've mentioned today, that the numbers guy won from way back last week on the St. Lawrence River. What kind of planets are going to have to line up for Chris Zaldain to come out with a win?
He needs another wave to get on that deep stuff. It's obvious these guys are making a lot of hay early, really early. He's going to need that spot. That spot he's starting on where he demolished them yesterday has got to reload, or else he's going to be in some. And look, man, I saw the call that he made during our, right after our midday report. But his numbers they just have not been there today. Maybe this weather shift will put some more fish on that deep spot for tomorrow morning. Because to me, without that deep spot, watching the rest of his day, it does not seem like he has enough in the tank to be there at the end, unless that spot pays again.
Very good, Z. I'm worried now. How's Karen still doing okay, or for now, or?
Tommy, I don't want to use the exact words, but she has been a treat the last 24 hours, if you know what I mean.
I hear you.
We're going to get through this, man. I feel like maybe I'm the one that's breaking down.
Yeah, if you and the boys could just organize a version of "Wind Beneath My Wings" or something to sing to her, that might help things out a little bit.
Or just remind her to stop thinking about how lonely the house is going to be when just you and her go back there together.
Yeah.
Well, to be quite honest with you, Davey, I'm staying up at State when we move him in tomorrow, so she's coming home alone.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good.
Mark Zona taking time out from a very important weekend to give us a very important take on what's going on. Good stuff. Thank you, Z.
Thanks, Z.
Thank you so much. Have the great rest of your weekend. Very important weekend for the Zona family, and man, we wish him well. It's an exciting time of life.
Exciting time of life, but it is a little tough time for moms and dads when the becomes an empty nest. I'm sure you know all about it. We fortunate enough to learn about it. It's a little tough, but hey, changing life is an exciting time in life.
That's for sure.
Many more good days.
Yes, sir. Great to have that bonus conversation with Mark Zona and get a little bonus coverage of Clark Wendland right there. One of the longtime superstars of bass fishing.
Clark with a good day today, moving up from he was in the 30s and he's up to 18th place.
Got some clarification.
39th.
Gustafson let go of a 3 3/4. That's what was let go. When he said 5, that was what he weighed. So he probably does have less than 25, but his smallest is 3 3/4. He had 2 of those, I believe.
Clark's got him a chain pickerel.
But Clark's right outside our classic cut at 44th. He could
good day for him.
Standing 39th in the tournament, jumping up to 18th. He could gain some valuable points.
Well, it's been pretty tough for me, but I'm just not getting that many bites. I've caught some, and I'm catching them in a variety of different ways. I've lost a big one flipping, caught some shallow, and now I'm out cranking over the grass. I don't have much more time. My day only goes till 3 today. I had a long day yesterday, so I've caught a few big ones out here cranking over the grass, and I'm just gonna see if I can catch a big one in the last 20 minutes.
Nice to hear from Clark right there, and unfortunately yesterday was his long day, and he could, the way he's on him a little bit better today, could use some extra time.
He could, but he's moved up in a lot better place than he was yesterday, being right there at that cut line. Being able to make the cut and possibly make up a little more ground tomorrow will be good for him.
You got one big fish in there, 5-pounder. Everything else 2.5, and then 3 of those and a 3.5.
Zaldain's hooked up.
I don't think it's gonna help. Nah, I don't think so. Don't think so. Nah. No.
I have to agree with Zona. I'm a little surprised with the numbers being so few for Chris Zaldain. I guess I just assumed he was catching 25, 30, 35 fish like some of these anglers I talked to last night.
It's a nice brown one.
It is, man.
Really pretty brown one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Forgot he's got that good smallmouth in there. Zona said there's just going to have to be another wave move into his place. He's just, numbers are not his thing, and numbers are going to be important, you got to think.
See how big that one is.
Absolutely. Saw that last week. Get on these good fisheries, you've got to roll through enough numbers to be able to bump that weight up.
2 3/4.
I will say this about Chris. He has fished as pickerel free as any angler. He must be using pickerel be gone or something on his spraying his baits down.
That's a big one.
Pickerel be gone. I like that.
I think that's bigger than that other one on this
I
side.
think we could sell a lot of that to these anglers.
I mean, these are
fishing in the grass.
Dude.
I think he's probably out there a little deeper and outside that vegetation than where those pickerel really thrive.
Yeah.
Yeah, numbers versus 6, 7, 8 bites a day. The numbers tend to win out more than 50% of the time, it seems like to me. We got some numbers coming up from the Screen of Knowledge. Ron Moore is parked there and ready to crank her up.
The numbers knowledge, that's what we're going to call this one. Sometimes it's social media in the afternoon, sometimes it's not. But we wanted to talk some numbers. Mark Zona said that, those 4 to 5 pounders in past years that we've been here have grown up. They're 5 to 6 pounders. It's a healthy fishery, obviously. So I do have some numbers. We obviously have a different sized field than we have in past Elite Series years, so stats don't always translate, but 75 pros trying to attack fishery compared to 110 and 106 in past years. So this is a comparison of the events for a full field. Days 1 through 4 are done in those events, obviously. The Big Bass in 2014 was a 6-6 by Porosnik. In 2016, 2 guys caught 6-3s. And then yesterday we obviously saw Derek Hudnall with an 8-1. So that's obviously an outlier, a giant fish for sure. The biggest bag, pretty similar overall. 24.5 for Zaldain is the biggest of the 3 events so far. We might see that broken today by 1, 2, maybe 3 anglers. 20-pound bags. This is the one where it's really interesting. 12 20-pound bags for the whole event in 2014.
Wow.
If you follow that, it's 7 on day 1, 3 on day 2, 1 on day 3, and 1 on the final day. 2016, there were 16 of them, but only 4 after day 1. There was 12 of them on day 1, only 4 the rest of the days. Yesterday, 14. So we've already eclipsed 2014 in terms of 20-pound bags, just under that mark. But we've seen on Bassmaster Live 6 probably 20-pound bags today.
Oh, there's going to be
and that's
least
just
10
day
more
1.
today,
So that's how the numbers lay out. It'll be interesting to see how it maybe progresses day 2, 3, and 4, how it changes weather and whatnot. But Cayuga is alive and well, and the guys have been catching them, and it's going to be interesting how they manage them for sure. But I think we'd expect to see a couple bags get close to that 24.5 mark, and I don't know if we'll see a big bass of 8-1 or bigger, but the bags are definitely going to be interesting.
So we've eclipsed all 3 of those record weights this week already.
Yes, and what's crazy is past years, 20-pound bags and whatnot, 12 and 16, that's for over 300, given bags, 110 both days and whatnot. For 14 of the 75, that's 20% of the field with 20-pound bag.
Wow. Well, I got to tell you this, not just yesterday. But our previous weigh-in, the final weigh-in up on the St. Lawrence River, has been full of surprises. That is for sure. That's another reason you want to mark it down. Coming up in less than 30 minutes right now, the weigh-in gets started on Bassmaster.com, and that will contain some essential information. We'll get some numbers that we just can't divine them all out right now until we get the actual fish on the scale and have our weigh-in with the full field of 75, which will be cut down to 35 to finish up on Saturday, 10 on Sunday. Jeff Gustafson, fantastic day. Mullins, ditto. We got a lot more fishing on the way when we return.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Or maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo rocket, Abu Garcia, for life.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprayed seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it.
Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be somebody. Get action.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha VMAX SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a VMAX SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover VMAX SHO and elevate your expectations.
You're watching the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite at Cayuga Lake, brought to you live by Yamaha.
Oh, when you think of states and bass fishing, you think of places like Texas, and Florida, Georgia, all the Carolinas, Arkansas, Alabama, but New York State is just off the charts. And people generally don't know this if you live way in at the other end of the country. I mean, hunting and fishing for the outdoors, you get outside of the New York metro area, they are huge in the state of New York.
Absolutely, Tom. I have a lot of friends in the Carolinas that have never been to New York fishing, and I've been promising a trip every year. But this next year, I promise we're going to go because it's a beautiful, beautiful part of our country. Like you said, the outdoors are so wonderful, and this time of year, the nights and the days are pleasant. Highs in the 70s, lows in the 50s. Just a perfect.
Well, there's your Bass Track scoreboard right there. Unofficial scores, and right at the top, Canadian Jeff Gustafson. He's had just a magnificent afternoon, especially. I mean, he got to a great start this morning. So did some other anglers, but Jeff Gustafson and David Mullins in particular have really set it on fire. Is that going to be it? Is that going to be our Power Pole replay of the day? Gussie?
Is that tune, Tommy?
I think it is. That triggering tune for us.
Power Pole replay of the day has to go to our friend. We've heard so many people say one of the nicest guys you're going to ever meet. Gussie, first year on the Bassmaster League Tournament Trail, but certainly no rookie to this sport. He is an accomplished angler and very similar to the second tournament of the year at Lake Lanier. He loves to fish offshore. He's doing very, very well, and he has maintained his ability to catch 20-plus pounds here the second day. He had a little stumble earlier in the year after having the lead the first day, but certainly no stumbling here for Jeff. Gussie Gustafson, Power Pole replay of the day. Made a couple moves, said I'm going to stop fishing stuff I know, and then catches this 5-pounder, and he says, now I'm really out of here. I'm really going to stop fishing. I don't know if we believe it or not. He'll probably catch another 5-pounder, but you made mention to it earlier, Tommy, as we look here at the Power Pole replay of the day. The ability for Gussie, David Mullins, Seth Fighter, Drew, just a number of anglers that get to that target weight and they're able to go expand and look for new water, look for new areas. That's going to be a big, big player come Sunday afternoon. I think.
As much as we hear from a lot of the players here that these places replenish well, there's just a limit to every place, and if you could find a new supply of fish and a whole new situation, man, oh man, you're going to have a leg up on the competition as we go into the final 2 days of this event right here. As we take a look at our Hummingbird lay of the lake, still the farthest afield. Steve Kennedy still laboring hard, trying to get something happening in the final minutes of fishing. He's going to have to leave pretty darn soon if he hasn't left already, Davey.
Yeah, he's moved up quite a bit closer to the takeoff spot. As has most of these anglers, you can see it looks like they're really all crowded around. But for some of these anglers, they're down to only 15, 20, 30 minutes of fishing time. So they're working their way back. As far down as Steve Kennedy was, looking at Hummingbird lay of the lake, he was 40 miles earlier in the day away from the takeoff here on this far northern end of Lake Cayuga.
Some in our field get to fish all the way to 3:30 or 3:40, I think.
Okay.
So that might be the case with Steve Kennedy. We'll check on that for you. But yeah, we need him to put some fish in the boat. Let's see everybody in the field with a limit. I don't know if that's a reasonable expectation today, but we certainly don't want to see folks with one fish.
We certainly don't, especially Steve Kennedy made a big charge last week on St. Lawrence River to recover from some struggles earlier in the season and put himself back with a legitimate chance to make the AOY Championship, make that top 50, and then possibly even push in there to make the Bassmaster Classic. But he needs to catch him a few here before he goes in to be able to fish again tomorrow and hopefully regain some more points.
Well, we have flown up to the north end, turned around, and we're headed back south again. But that gives you an idea of how this field has laid out. Maybe not as evenly distributed as they were last week on the St. Lawrence River, but interesting to see the areas of the lake that have played so far.
It's always interesting to look at that Hummingbird lay of the lake to just see how these anglers spread out on a body of water. Last week, over 100 miles of fishable river, and this lake being over 40 miles long.
Canterbury, low right there, lower right. Chad Pipkins, we haven't seen a catch from Chad in a good little while here. He's about due.
I found that interesting what Zona, and I guess you had mentioned before, Davey, the colder water being blown around and changing the fishing dynamics in certain spots of the lake.
Yeah, he fully concurred with you on that theory, Davey.
There's got to be a lot about a body of water with this depth and the length when that water blows north to south that it has to really flip that water upside down. And in the summertime on most of our bodies of water, we have these tournaments. This average depth, what, 20 feet or so,
feet
maybe?
Or 20 maybe.
Yeah, and this average depth, 180. Certainly a
that's
different dynamic when you have those winds pushing. And a lot of people know, but it's kind of surprising that so many tournament anglers really don't think about the wind pushing water and the water level rising on one part of the lake and water falling on another part of the lake. It really pushes a lot of water if you get a strong wind that has a amount of distance to really build and push that current.
I know in ocean environments, when you get upwelling, you get the cold water from coming up from the bottom up to the top. It's good for fish. It brings a lot of plankton up and starts the whole cycle. I don't know if that's exactly true for these. It might be for these glacial lakes.
It seems on this lake though, and Zona mentioned it. I remember it, and I remember one time being on the other end that it turns these fish off when that wind blows to one end or the other. It's got to move colder water in the area.
Yeah. They want stability, and that's the opposite of. Die!
smoked it that time. I was fixing to put it up.
Not sure, but I think Canterbury's throwing a vibrating jig now. We haven't seen him do much of that. I know he
They're
loves to
following
throw
it in
that.
every cast. I seen them that time, 2 of them. Little yellow perch. You know, I think, I mean, we beat on it, but I still say there's more fish in there. I think it's an early morning deal. Fish are moving in there to feed, long as if the wind won't blow tonight, you know, that'll be a big thing. If the wind blows all night, it's probably toast.
Should be getting close to that tree there.
If that wind will lay down tonight, I think there'll be a few in there tomorrow. It was tougher today than yesterday, so I know we're putting a little hurt on it, but I know there's some more around there. You know, same plan as we've had the last 2 days. We're going to go in there and fish and try to catch them. I mean, you need to catch another good bag again tomorrow. I mean, I know they caught them again today, so we catch another good bag again tomorrow and we'll stay in this thing. I'd like to fish on Sunday. I sure would like to fish on Sunday.
Certainly on course to do that, and if he does that, he'll be on course for his hopes for Angler of the Year.
Boy, no kidding.
Done for the day.
2 more days of fishing would be play right into his hands. I guarantee you that, points-wise.
He's done great these last weekend so far this week. But that next event, a lot of people anticipate to be a little tougher than these last 2, but Scott Canterbury knows how to grind out those tough events also.
Pipkins, another angler having a great year points-wise.
A wrap-up? This ain't no wrap-up. We got an hour and 15 minutes left. Come on with it. It's been tough. It's almost happy hour. We're going to call a couple here this afternoon. It's just been real tough. This north wind, I think, messes these fish up. And I don't think everybody's smashing them. Again, I might be wrong, but I went from catching 35 to 40 to, I think we've caught 9, and I missed one good one. That was it. They're just, you know, not biting the drop shot real well. And I picked up a crankbait a little bit today and caught my 2 best ones on there. And if we can get 1 or 2 more like that, you know, and get up to that 17 to 19 pound range, I think, like I said, if you average around 20, you're going to have a chance going into the last day for sure. So that's what we're shooting for, and we're going to keep after them. So it's been fun. It's always fun catching a bunch of pickerel and bass, and something's right there. They're just playing with it a lot. They just need to swallow it. But we'll see what happens. We got time. We got an hour and 15. There he is. Eat it. That might be her. Be her. Be her. That's a big one if it's a bass. Come on. Don't be a pike. Stay on. Oh, that's her. It's her. Yes. Come on. It's got to be a decent one. Nice little chunk. I'll call. Humminbird 360 putting the clump to work. We just need to catch some monsters now. Gotcha. Should help. Oh, I felt that. They're just biting weird. I felt that fish pick it up twice and then finally got it. I mean, in practice, you couldn't shake them off if you didn't, you know. There wasn't nothing you could do. We'll take them. Like I said, it ain't over. Come on. Happy hour. I love happy hour. Gotta help a little bit.
2 for 1 special.
I think our little guy was over here.
Happy hour is when you put your rods in the box. Very slowly and confidently.
Yes, with the knowledge that you have done all you can do.
Pipkins apparently has a 4 p.m. check-in.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in. We're, man, just the afternoons have been just brutally tough. I mean, you know, with what I'm doing. You know, yesterday I wrapped up, you know, 9 o'clock or so, and 9 a.m. and just graphed the rest of the day. And then today I just kind of mixed it up, and I'm fishing grass. I just can't seem to get a big bite out of the grass. Everything I'm fishing is all structure related. So I got high hopes for tomorrow. I mean, I know how it goes down. I mean, that big one I caught this morning, a couple big ones this morning, you know, a fresh load of a fresh school comes through that spot or that area in the morning. So just, you know, as we wind down today, I got an hour, there's less than an hour left. I'm just thinking about tomorrow, how I'm going to start, where I'm going to start, how I'm going to catch them. And I'm just mentally, honestly, I'm just kind of winding down. Although we've got, you know, 50 minutes left, I'm just going to hop this vibrating jig off the bottom and this deep milfoil here and just see if anything bites. But my mind's already thinking about tomorrow morning and executing, and just be less boat pressure out here. I'm just thinking about my first, second, and third spots. Pretty happy with the day though. I think we've got 19 or so. Not bad.
Chris Zaldain, we talk about the morning. Do not miss the morning if you want to join us, because the morning bite was awesome this morning. Chris himself treated us to the first catch of the day, a 5.5 pounder. So you can't beat that, and it stayed great for a good long while.
He got it going first cast or two this morning, and Gussie and Mullins were not far behind.
Ooh, big smallie. Now they're back. Maybe it's an afternoon thing on those trees. I didn't think this thing was that big when I set the hook, but it looks like a pretty good one. Yeah, nice one, but I don't think it's gonna help me. Oh! Soaked my face. Man, they're fighters. Come here, you. He's got the right body, but he's just skinny. Looks like he's been caught before, too. Oh. Maybe he's got a friend.
Yeah, you just, you know, you run a horse really hard. You can't just put him right in the barn. You know, you got to sort of cool him down, walk him a while, or he'll get sick. That's what Gussie's doing. He's just sort of slowly winding down the day, catching a smallmouth. You know, why not?
Caught a
smaller keepers, maybe a couple of them before he.
Good splash of nice, cool water in the face right there.
Yeah, he got himself cooled down as well. He has been a racehorse this afternoon. There's no doubt about that.
He and David Mullins both. Wow. They just kept upgrading and upgrading.
Well, been a pretty good day. I'm happy. I think I got pretty close to the same weight as yesterday, so I should be sitting good. And 2 days down, 2 to go. So, you know, everyone that's watching, I certainly haven't been catching 100 fish, so it's a little bit scary, but I mean, I think I'm doing what I need to be doing to catch the right ones. So, I'll be excited to get back at it in the morning.
There it is. Man, I thought for a second, I was like, might be a good one.
It's been good. It's been good the last 2 days.
Oh,
last
get
2
in
weeks.
there. Come on.
It's really been fun.
What are you thinking about tonight? The next couple of
Tonight, I'm gonna get something good to eat tonight and rest and get ready to go catch them again tomorrow.
Zaldain is so dumb.
Not much else to think about, really.
So what's plan A, B, and C tomorrow?
Plan A, we're gonna start out just like we've been doing. Hopefully we'll catch some scrambling around in there. We got a couple of areas that we haven't fished. I know other boats have been fishing. We'll probably bounce around in some of that. Plan C would be run some docks if the wind lays. Sun's out, wind lays, we'll run some docks. Plan C. Hope we don't have to resort to that. But I do like dock fishing.
We just haven't seen a whole lot of dock fishing, and nor a lot of super shallow otherwise.
It's just
fishing
surprising
this
with the
time.
high
water and not as much grass offshore. You see a lot of good reeds and
maybe these things are
lily
just in the
pads
afternoon
in that
program
shallower
on this stuff.
zone.
There was definitely 3 or 4 of them there.
Done for 2 hours now, still catching them.
Another solid one, but not today. Okay, well, I'm not going to catch any more of those.
Heard that a few times. Let's go to another spot
Here we'll go with a couple lot.
that I found.
He can't run away from them. He's just being stalked by these bass in Cayuga Lake. Let's take a look at our TH Marine Weather Watch prediction for tomorrow. High of 72, just like today. A little bit of front moving through. Mark Zona mentioned that. The wind turning straight north on us, 8 miles an hour. So that's what's going to sort of rule the day. Low of 54 tonight. Or I guess that's low of 54 Saturday night. A little bit warmer on Sunday, and the wind is going to swap around again, come out of the southeast at 6 miles an hour. So that might change the nature of some of the fishing and some of the spots out there.
Be interesting tomorrow morning with the north wind to start out. If they have that good bite like we've had the last 2 mornings. I think we will, especially the anglers that are fishing a little deeper. It shouldn't affect those fish as much.
It's going to be relatively calm overnight, Davey, and then it's going to start sunny tomorrow for the first 3 hours, 4 hours.
Or
sunny, it says.
Lightly cloudy, partly cloudy.
Just sunny.
Wisp of cloud.
That's only 1/8 clouds.
It's
when
really
sunny.
whatever way you look at it. It could be 100% chance of not cloudy. Like, we could just turn it all around. We really get to make up the rules on that one since it's weather, right?
That's right. We're in charge on that weather right there for sure. We always are.
And look at Gussie's hummingbirds on down imaging right there. He can't get away from them. There's some under his boat also.
Gosh, be a bass. Stay on.
One more for Chad Pipkin.
What do we got here? Come on, stay down, whatever you are. Can't tell if it's coming at me or if it's just small now. Feels like it's got some weight. Oh, what do we got? Oh, God, it's a giant pike. Oh, I thought we had Walter. Whoa. Gosh, dang.
Not Walter, you got Peter the Pike. Peter the Pickerel.
It's the
you
right
got the
size
minister of
fish.
death coming in the boat here for sure with those teeth.
Yeah, it's no pickerel. This is not Peter the Pickerel. This is Paul the Pike.
We want to see it.
I was
Time
like,
for us to go, but we want to see the pike. Come on.
Big. Let me get my dang crankbait back. Oh.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Could
Don't
be the
go by
big
the
pike of the
engine.
day right here.
Could be his new personal bet.
He fishes St. Clair quite a bit. He's probably got a few.
Well, what's the difference in a pike and a muskie?
She wants to go that side.
I have no idea.
They're two different fish.
Oh, I know they're two different fish, but
Should
like
be a 6-pound bass.
pickerel get, like pickerel and pike are so close, but then like
Bowman had a blog
aren't
on the
they just
difference
muskie out in
between
St.
Shane
Clair?
Pickerel and pike.
No, they got
Oh, they have pike.
pike.
Yeah.
Yes. It's known to have big muskie also.
Yeah. That's what I thought. I was like, what?
Oh yeah, baby.
That's
Lip
a big
him.
old spotted sucker there. Yeah, he's a good one.
Now we'll see what you got, Pipkins.
Come on, throw it, baby.
2 pounds of Canadian shrimp out of that guy.
Yes.
Come here, buddy. Think I can grab it with the old Vulcan death grip again? Almost. Yeah, just
You want that in the boat?
How about that death grip now? You've had him twice and let him go.
I didn't like the death grip.
I got you.
Neither did he.
Oh,
Jamie
boy.
Hartman back in the top 10 with
He's
a 310.
playing dead on him now.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
not done. That gator's
What a
not
mouth.
done.
Relax, Mr. Fish. You're
No.
going back swimming?
Gator's
I can't
not
relax
done.
yet. Oh, here we
I
go.
tell you. Grab the knee, grab the toe.
Bonus coverage.
Oh,
Get rid of that
Slow
thing.
and steady.
Good
I
job.
don't think any blood was lost, but we'll update you on that tomorrow if there's any repercussions.
Little
We're
pipe
gonna have-
slime on the gloves.
Yes, absolutely. We're going to have plenty to look forward to tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. We crank it up with Bassmaster Live, Bassmaster.com, and ESPN3.
Be sure and join us tomorrow morning, right when we start, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. It has been good to start the last 2 mornings. I'm predicting it will be tomorrow.
Down here, baby.
Very important weigh-in coming up. Who's going to be able to fish tomorrow? Who will be among the 35 out there? A lot of weights we don't know coming off the water, so things could change dramatically than what you're seeing on Bass Track. The live mix will go on for a while, and the weigh-in again coming up at 3 p.m. That is next on Bassmaster.com.
There. We're done.